Hello, good afternoon, and welcome along to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for a fantastic Friday here at the Modus Super Series. And if it lives up to Thursday's billing, then what a day's worth of action we've got for you. And alongside me to describe all of the action, it is Mace the Ace, Chris Mason, and it very much is a case of follow-on, lads, from yesterday.
Well, it's been follow-on from Monday, hasn't it? We've not had a session average under 29.18 per dart, which is quite remarkable, and credit to the players. They've produced every day so far this week in every single group.
There's often a label attached to a Group C saying it's in terms sometimes a lesser quality group to a Group B, but actually both sessions yesterday, it felt really on a par with one another.
They did, and statistically they did. They've been very, very even across the whole week, B and C. And like you say, C usually can be a little bit more tense because of the limited opportunities available. Group B, 3 from 5, a little less pressure, and playing at a possibly nicer time as well.
Well, it really was a superb day's worth of action in Group C. Leading the way overnight is John Worsley, won all 5 of his matches on Thursday. He got out the gates quickly, averaged a ton in 2 of his first 3 matches, and that was really where he did the damage.
Yeah, he's been outstanding. He's working hard on getting fitter and feeling better about himself. And if this has anything to go by in the short space of time that he's got himself into this position, look out for the rest of the year, because he was really focused and switched on, didn't get rattled at any stage, and just continued to find those big numbers.
Head and shoulders in your eyes?
Not head and shoulders, but certainly deserves to be at the top of the table.
Well, top of the pile, having won 5 out of 5. The other strong performer yesterday was John O'Shea. He won 4 from 5, and he kicked off and got out the traps with a big average. That 109 against a luckless Jamie Atkins.
Yeah, Jamie Atkins was right up against it yesterday. What could have gone wrong went wrong. Yeah, and what was even more special is the fact that in the next match up, had he hit double 18, he would have averaged 111. So it wasn't one of those one-off performances. He very, very nearly backed it up, and yeah, he's going to be a dangerous man today. Looks to have used Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday to play himself into that form that we talk about, and yeah, he's right in the mix, isn't he?
Well, let's back up those numbers in a little bit more detail for you now, because these are the numbers for Group C, for in the first day's play. Those are the high averages, the best average of every player on day one, their highest checkout as well. And we would crunch the numbers in terms of overall numbers, and they made very good reading too.
Yeah, again, a daily average approaching 89. So, you know, you've got to take into account the very, very highs and the very, very lows. But that 109.05 from O'Shea was fabulous. And Worsley looks likely to hit a ton average pretty much every time he's up there. And all barring a few missed doubles here and there, he could well have done.
Well, let's have a look at the table then following the first day's play. As we say, John Worsley and John O'Shea in a very good position on 10 points and 8 points respectively, 6 and 4 above 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. Out of those players in that bottom 4, which one would you say is most likely, if they can, to challenge those top 2s for one of those qualification spots?
Yeah, listen, I like the look of Atkins, but it was very much a case of what Durbridge faced last night. Pretty much all bar one game, I think he walked into a big average, and sometimes that's just the way the cookie crumbles, and you have to ride with the punches, as they say. So, yeah, I like the look of Jamie Atkins. I like the look of his throw. He looked confident. Didn't look too disheartened yesterday, which is a good sign, but I think he's going to have to be perfect today.
Well, let's have a look and see what the bookies think about proceedings this afternoon. Then, not a surprise, John Worsley goes out favourite 8-13. John O'Shea at 9-5. Realistically, I think we're looking at those qualifications and looking at the markets in terms of that, and they can't split Grierson and Richardson in that particular department.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's that they're only one win in front of Jamie Atkins, effectively. So I think it's down to Worsley and O'Shea and who finishes top. And on yesterday's evidence, it could go down to the wire.
Well, it is 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series today. Right, our first game of the session is going to see Martin Grierson in action. He takes on James Richardson in our first game of the afternoon. And early on this morning, I caught up with Martin. Against James Richardson, how do you fancy his chances in that particular encounter?
I think it's very much one of those coin flip type of games, isn't it? There's very little between them in terms of overall numbers. I think Richardson was around 84 and and Atkins was around, Grierson was around 83. So, yeah, it's one of those. It's what you like. It may be down to who has the throw.
Well, let's see it for Martin now. I caught up with him earlier. Martin, great to see you back here at the Modus Super Series. How did you find it out there yesterday?
A bit nervous first game, I must admit, but that went quite well, and it was a bit up and down all day. My scoring was a bit off. My finishing was quite good, but I could have done with getting another couple of wins, definitely.
It's a very, very tough group. Did it feel like it out there?
Yeah, you're in that practice room and you see what they're hitting. It's just score after score after score, and you know you're going to be up against it. But that's why we're all here to play in that sort of standard of darts. Just the scoring, like I said, was just a little bit off, but never mind. We can try and put that right today.
Second appearance here. It's been a little while since we last saw you here at the Super Series. Where's the darts been since then?
So I had a sinus infection last year that went on for like 2 or 3 months. So I missed a couple of challenge tours, then missed the next set of challenge tours, and then had a little bit of a break. Obviously never got the invite back down here. I wasn't doing the challenge tours to prepare for it anyway. And then I thought, well, let's try and qualify through the vault system and be here on merit. So I went away and did a load of those, and it all went well, and I won the qualifier in November. So hence I'm back down here, but yeah.
What's the big goals for the year? What's the big plan for 2024 for you?
I want to be up in that top 50 in the challenge tour. I had a quarter final in January. I want to push on from there, maybe get to a semi, a final, or even win one. That'd be brilliant, just to have by your name that you've actually won one of the sort of PDC tournaments. And get back down here as much as I can. Unfortunately, I lost in the semi-final, the qualifier on Sunday, but there's plenty more of them coming up, and I'm sure I can get through one of those.
And in terms of today, how difficult a task is it for yourself?
I think I'm going to have to win all 5. We know the quality from yesterday. It's in the group. I've got to start well, and who knows from there. Just take one game at a time. It's a bit cliche, but that's all you can do, and push on from there.
We wish you all the best, Martin. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
So, Grierson in action against James Richardson in our first game of the Friday afternoon session here at the Live Lounge in Port. So the meeting yesterday was won quite convincingly by Richardson by 4 legs to 1, averaging 81.5. Had a 104 in there. Grierson had a little bit of a tail off towards the latter end on Thursday's afternoon's action. And because of the margin of victory for Richardson, he moved up to third in the table at the end of play. As for Martin Grierson, 41 years of age, from Salisbury, former quarter-finalist on the PDC Challenge Tour, taking on Richardson, whose action recently has been prolifically on the ADC Tour. He's been playing in Vaults, he's been playing in the Championship Tour, and he's had plenty of success in both of them. But who is going to taste the glory in this one? The victor of this particular game will move on to 6 points as far as the group is concerned, and within a couple of points of John O'Shea, who occupies second spot. Would you say realistically they're chasing down O'Shea as opposed to Worsley, these two, the victor of this game?
Yeah, like I say, it was convincing for James. It was his second win of the session.
$39. $60.
Yeah, the averages from this type. 81.55 for James Richardson. Did miss a fair few darts at a double. Martin 1 from 8, 4 from 12 for James. Was a 104 out in there. And the match featured no 180s. They both looked a little jaded by the time this one came around. Let's put it that way.
Well, it was an end of a long day where both players had to put absolutely anything and everything in.
And fear not, all the action from the Euro Tour will keep you up to speed with the results as they happen, and if anything out of the ordinary happens, so you don't need to go anywhere else.
100.
We'll have a bit of a darting soccer Saturday feel to it.
$58. $100. 30. Matthew Carr 157.
Well, Grierson, 157 to take out the opening leg.
$57. James Carr 170.
Well, are we going to kick-start with the fish? Yesterday's session saw a plethora of ton plus outs. 10 all told.
Yeah, it's been very much theme of the week.
44. Matthew Carr 100.
We actually have had, in the entirety of this week, 47. Make
Martin
that
Grierson.
48 ton plus
Second
outs.
James to throw first.
Remarkable.
Game on.
Well, we're starting as we mean to go on, aren't we, as far as proceedings are concerned?
$177.
Beautiful start to the leg from Richardson. Welcome along to everybody joining us on our Modus Super Series YouTube channel. And of course, if you're watching via your
100.
chosen betting app, please gamble responsibly and only gamble what you can afford to lose, if that is such a thing. You can contact us direct via the chat room on YouTube, straight into the hello, right into the commentary box, or via our social medias at MSS Darts, all one word: Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and X.
Well, we've seen 10
58.
darters this
James
week.
Vidal,
We've seen
144.
a plethora of 11 darters this week. Can Richardson give us the crowning glory?
Well, he's done it before, hasn't he?
But he saves them for last leg deciders against his son.
40.
Could still win the leg with a ton plus, and it would mean that every leg won today so far would be with ton plus outs. I know it's only leg 2 of the session, but
41. James Carr
don't let the truth get in the way of a good story. It can still be done. Well, from 104 with 2 darts, he's now left himself on 99.
24.
But Grierson hasn't got out the traps as of yet in this particular contest.
79. James Carr 80.
Single for double. Pin into the
James
bottom
on the
corner.
second
Level
leg.
we
James
are.
Richardson.
And one apiece.
Third leg Martin to throw first. Game on.
I often say that the first game of a group can set the tone into what follows. Yesterday we saw Worsley and Richardson go hammer and tongs, averaging 101 and 90 against one another. If this game stays at the pace it's been played at for the first couple of legs, is there a possibility that we could see some more nerves creep into play in the latter ends of the session?
Only for those in
43.
contention with qualification. Already over on the Euro Tour, Jeffrey Sparadans with a big upset win against Callan Ridd, 6-1. A real out of sorts, Callan
58.
Ridd, has to be said. And Keane Barry just edged out Burton in a last leg decider after coming back
180.
from 5-2 down, Stephen Burton. And at the moment, well, Scott Williams has just got the better of Nico Springer, 6-1. So 6-1, 6-5, 6-1. Sounds like a tennis
45.
score.
French Open not too far away in the end of next month at Roland Garros.
60.
As far as this game's concerned, Richardson's had 3 perfect minutes, 2 180s and a 177 so far. But the issue has been that, yes, he had that leg where he's on the 9, but outside of that, there's been a couple of poor visits in there, and it's allowed Grierson to open up opportunities, and he's going to be first to finish here on throw.
60. Matthew Carr 78.
Treble leaves double 12, and now double 6. Not to be.
72. James Carr 150.
Well, Grierson hit Richardson with a ton on the nose. Can Richardson reply with a ton top of his own? Another one of them. Leaves double 19.
120. Mario Kart 6.
That would have been for half a century of ton plus checkouts in the week.
No score.
But
Change
this
your
has a
car,
real
38.
cagey feel, the start to this one. Richardson tends to split on 38, and split he does. Went from the middle, found the 6, and now wants double 16. Oh, and he
James
used
on
that
the
second
third
tire
leg.
as a
James
perfect guys. It
Richardson.
kissed off the barrel and just about stays in. Richardson breaks and leads 2-1.
Fourth leg, James to throw first.
Nip one pearl on that.
Game on.
Don't know how that managed to find its way in.
It's one of those where you can try and give an
60.
explanation, but there's no way of explaining it.
No, you need to see that one from a different angle in slow-mo.
140. 85.
Oh dear, already a
96.
triggered blend in the chat. Advice on gambling, but Mace offering a 10k bet to a 14-year-old at that stage. We all knew he was
100.
14, didn't we? Nothing, again, don't talk about out of context. My goodness, an agenda's too much time on your hands. Spend it bettering yourself.
95.
David Wilson, are you going to be playing in the seniors? Don't know yet. Afternoon comms. So can you say a big hi to my wife, Christine, who's totally engrossed in Modus
126.
darts?
Mario Kart 170.
Afternoon, Christine. Glad you're enjoying it.
Well, Grierson couldn't
88.
find the big
James
fish. What can
Ricardo,
Richardson do with the
130.
little fish? This would be to open up a 3-1 lead. And if this doesn't go, then Grierson's threatening the break back. He's not going to, and so
41.
might be hoping
Martin
for at least
Odegaard,
a dart
82.
to level this game up. And for the ball first. And so tops now.
62.
Would have been to have squared
James
this game up, and so
89.
Richardson will return. It may only be a dart of the bullseye to make it 3-1. Treble 18 would have left double 16 from that particular position, and so Grierson will return for double 10 to make it 2 apiece.
41. Mario Kart 20.
A bit of a slow burner, this particular encounter.
Game shot on the fourth
And it's
leg.
one
Martin
which is going
Grierson.
to, we hope, come up to the boil now. Best of 3 territory.
Looks like Martin
2-2.
deserved first.
Grierson breaks
Game
back.
The irony not lost on Genie in the chat. He won't last long. Chris, I played a good mate of yours team in a cup final last
140.
night, and won my singles, turning round after I got the double to shake hands and was told to take my darts out first. Thoughts on this? Ooh,
55.
I don't know. Wouldn't bother me either way.
$58.
What was the one thing that would irk you on the hockey? A habit of an opponent or something
100.
like that that would really grind your gears?
Slowing the game down and taking darts out one at a time was something that I thought was a little unnecessary.
And there
55.
really was one or two that did that.
It was sort of not very much part of the game, but it sort of played its part.
100. $60. 100.
Richardson first to an out.
I think it may be your dial-up internet
40.
connection.
Change your car 146.
Can't see any issues with the stream our end.
$60. Martin your car 148.
Grierson 148 to move himself 3-2 in front. And Richardson again leaving himself in a position to break.
Shiloh Evans. When left on 70, what is treble 14,
100.
double 14? Not
Change
more
your car
popular. It is
86.
becoming a little bit more popular. Notice there's a little change in that.
Very much the Dutch that have brought the 14 or the treble 14 particularly back into play. Bullseye for Richardson.
61.
Grazes the
Martin
ball
your car
wire.
48.
Remember the Moreno Blonde treble 14 on the 1-2-4? Double 16 for Grierson. In it goes, 3-2 he leads. He's a leg away from the match. Richardson with it all to do. Having threatened the break in the previous. Had a dart at the bullseye to do exactly that. And now needs to find 2 on the spin. It would move Grierson on to 6 points in the
39.
group. And we'll put him in a position where he'd only be a couple off John O'Shea, who plays Lee Cox in his opener. I think game 3 in the middle of that in this round, Jamie Atkins and John Worsley should be a cracking
58.
encounter if yesterday's anything to go by.
$140. $58. $100. $41.
Jam, bang on the money. Welcome back, Jam. Ooh, plenty of room.
140.
Maybe a little annoyed not to have filled it, but not too much damage done with Grierson back on 3-4-4.
85. Change your car 82.
To take us all the way. Great recovery dart. 8-8 to send us all the way. But he is going to get more
66.
opportunities to give us a decider in match 1 of the day. As we pass the quarter of an hour mark in this contest.
99. Change your car 16.
2 8s. Double 4. Doesn't go, but how close was that?
Martin your car 160.
Well, Grierson started the game with a ton topper. Can he end the game with a ton topper? Not to be, and so Richardson to give us a crescendo.
60. Change your car 8.
Well, he's going to have to be creative.
4. Martin your car 100.
Needed to move there for me.
Start with a ton, will he end with a ton?
Top stops.
40. Change your
Nim was
car
always going
4.
to chase down because of the way the dart pitched above. Well, Richardson's floundered around the doubles.
Game
He
shot
couldn't
on
have
the
afforded
six
to
leg.
have
James
floundered around
Richardson.
anymore. He doesn't. And so he go all the way to a last leg decider.
7th and final leg. Martin to throw first. Game on.
How typical is this, Mace? We gave this the big build-up, and the first game hasn't quite yet lived up to the billing.
100.
Yeah, I mean, neither were particularly impressive in terms of running averages for the
100.
day yesterday. Martin 82, James, 83 and change, so they're not far off where they were.
100.
Can someone
41.
remove Jeannie from the chat, please? Thank you. Bye-bye, Jeannie. I think your mummy has your lunch on the table.
Chris Mason,
58.
ex-Aladdin. Well, I suppose if you're getting rid of Genie, that's one of your 3 wishes granted.
100.
Well, I don't mind someone having a bit of an imagination, but he's taking it a little too far.
60.
Grierson tiptoeing towards the finishing post. Richardson needing something sizable here, and sizable he finds.
140.
Needed that.
Well, following the first couple of legs, the scoring just deserted him, didn't it? But it's come back to Grierson now and forces this 120 to go. He's left himself on double 12 if Richardson cannot climb the ladder. And he won't.
Yeah, it was a real blocker dart, wasn't it? Dart 1.
40. Martin Card 24.
So double 12 to seal victory in the first game of the day. In it goes.
Game
And Martin
shown,
Grierson
Martin
will
Grierson.
seal the win against James Richardson, which will put him on to 6 points in the table. A couple off John O'Shea at the top of the pile. Grierson wins by 4 legs to 3. That the tail of the tape. Both players will be hoping for improvements from there. Coming up after the break, it's Jamie Atkins in action up against John Worsley. And welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Martin Grierson moved on to 6 points with a 4-3 win against James Richardson in our first game of the day. Next up for us, we're going to watch John Worsley and Jamie Atkins in action. Worsley, who won 5 from 5, who was absolutely superb, was the Womble, up against Jamie Atkins, who averaged 90.65 over the course of the entirety of the session, but yielded just one win. Well, intriguing battle, this one, Mace. And in terms of John Worsley yesterday, what was it about him that you were so impressed by?
Just his overall focus and ability to remain switched on throughout the entirety of the day. Phantom asks, hey guys, I'm pretty new to watching darts in a nutshell. How does the groups and that work? I don't get it. So the Super Series is a 12-week cycle, with week 13 being Champions Week. There is 12 players who qualify via the ADC or performances in Challenge Tour, Dev Tour, WDF events, or previous good performances here. So 12 players a week, depending on availability. 6 players play in Group A. The winner automatically goes through to Saturday night's final. The positions 2 and 3 go into Group B, which is Thursday night, which is a Thursday and Friday night, which is a 5-player field with the top 3 going through. Positions 4, 5 and 6 from Group A go into Group C. They play over Thursday and Friday afternoon, as you're seeing now. And the top 2 join the winner of Group A and the top 3 from Group B, giving a 6-player final, depending on where they finished across all the groups. Depends on which group they go into. On a Saturday night, it's 2 groups of 3. The top 2 from each group meet in a semi-final, then a final. The winner qualifying for Champions Week. We do that for 12 weeks, and then we have a Champions Week with the winner walking away with 25 grand.
You should do this more often. The sheer ideas made Chris Mason drop his mic.
Phew, had a sweat on. Thanks, Tom. Love Chris Mason on commentary. Well, man, met him back at the UK Open 2005 when it was in Bolton. Ooh, good memories.
Another Taylor one for the psychiatrist couch that year?
Can't remember. I don't even want to look.
Atkins is left to double after 12. He must have thought last night when he put his head on the pillow, he can't play that well again today. If he can attain that level once more, that he's going to have the same fruitless fortune.
Well, they both left to double after 12, but it's Jamie Atkins with the throw, finding double 18 for a 13-dart hold.
Second leg, John to throw first. Game on.
Tell you one thing we have found at the Super Series in Series 7 is a couple of gems of players in Group C who have basically been put in the wrong week, if you get where I'm coming from. We had Derek Coulson back in week 2, who I implore we get back here in Series 8. And I'm going to say the same about Jamie Atkins as well.
Well, Derek ended with an average in excess of 90, didn't he? And that wasn't enough to qualify for Saturday night.
Well, the Group C he was in was, to put it quite bluntly, was a little bit of a joke. It was that good. As Worsley piles in a max. This is stupidly good as well. Well, the Group C that he was put in featured Darren Armstrong, who plays superbly well, Danny Jansen, Jack Mel, Louis Williams and Alex Small. Good luck, lads. Good luck.
And credit to Derek. He finished in P3 effectively, because the 2 above him finished both on 14 points and he was just 2 points adrift.
Ultimately, it was, if he didn't win games as well, he lost them tight. The amount of 4-3s he lost in that campaign.
87.
Ultimately, the one that did for him was a 4-3 defeat to Danny Jansen, where he averaged 92, his opponent averaged 98. John Worsley 104 to level things up at 1 apiece. finds the trouble. And how good was he on double 12 yesterday? He was
James
superbly
on the
good,
second
and he's
leg,
great
John
on it
Wesley.
again today. And he levels up at 1-1 with his first ton
Third leg,
topper,
Jamie to
the
serve
second of the
first.
session.
Game on.
Incidentally, Jamie Atkins, it's happening again. He's averaging 117.5, and he still is seeing somebody hit something just as surmountable up against him.
100. $99.
I mean, the week Worsley won, he played superbly well, but I think it's fair to say that he is playing better now than he was when he picked up that weekly title back in February 23.
96.
Yeah, totally agree. It's a different type of focus and determination.
95.
Carry on with this vein of form, both these players. This will be MSS gold worthy. This is golden from Atkins.
165.
It's that good. Chris Mason's put his microphone down and has given him a round of applause.
Yeah, rare.
81. Jamie McCall,
165.
140.
He's not going to back it up with a 140 out, but he didn't need to. He's got a couple of pokes from here.
Tom has confirmed regarding that year at the UK Open. Chris,
60.
in fact, did lose to Phil Taylor in the quarterfinals after beating Colin Lloyd and Adrian Lewis en route.
Yeah, sorry for bringing that up, Mace. Anyway, according to the chat room yesterday, you're best mates, so I don't know why you're worried.
80.
For a 2-1 lead. That maximum for Worsley is piled the pressure on this finish. He's only going to get a dart at tops, providing he hits a single. And Worsley's breathing down his neck.
60.
And that one dart may be the only one he gets. Because Worsley's finishing was on point. 20 from 52 over the course of the day yesterday. And that double 10 puts him 2-1 in front, and he has the break.
Fourth leg, John to through first.
After leg
Game
3 of the
on.
contest, Atkins is averaging 109, just under, 108.89. Worsley, 112.85.
$95. $100. $58. $85.
Well, Worsley came out the tracks beautifully yesterday, didn't he? Averaged 101.5 in a 4-2 success against James Richardson. The
83.
only thing we would say about John was the couple of performances towards the end were slightly below the standard at the start, but realistically, if he wins his first few games today, that's going to be rendered irrelevant anyway.
96.
Yeah, I think the issue in his penultimate game of the session was missed doubles, because it was 16 of them missed against
47.
Grierson, but he was still a 4-2 winner.
$140.
Unfortunately, leaves Atkins on 80. But the last time Jamie was in this situation, Worsley pulled in a max. Well, he's not going to do it again. But he's going to leave himself on a 2-darter. This is for the break back and to level this game up.
Well, he's tall enough that that's not going to be a massive issue.
60.
As you could see,
John
he could
Car 78.
just dink it over the top.
Or is this going to be a similar tale to the previous leg, where Atkins put himself in a good suit and Worsley pins a combo?
16 ball.
Bullseye.
$53.
Doesn't go, and so Atkins
Junior
will get his
Car
opportunity
20.
to break back. And 2-2, you'd say, is a fair scoreline on the basis of play thus far. And 2-2 it will be.
Flag, Jamie Atkins.
Both players still averaging above the ton mark after 4
Looks like
legs.
Jamie to throw first.
And it's been the type of game where players ain't above the ton mark because of maximums left, right and centres, because of their proclivity in terms of 2 treble turns. 4 compared to 3 in the 140 plus column, 5 compared to 3 in Atkins' favour in the ton plus
97.
column. Both players 50% on the finishes. We could carry on, lamenting the stats in a positive favour.
59.
Well, there's nothing negative about those numbers.
Apart from the fact they were at 120 a couple of legs ago.
96.
Yes, I'm being picky. Could John Worsley possibly put in the bracket of,
100.
say, Steve West, because he didn't play Q School, won't be playing Challenge Tour this year, doesn't play as much around the circuit as a lot of players here, and so maybe when he does come here, he can be forgotten about a little bit because he doesn't
126.
play as actively elsewhere.
Well, the odds compilers didn't. He was made favourite, wasn't he? Favourite for the week. So he is a
85.
favourite on reputation and ability. It's that my main concern is
96.
the same concern I had for players like Harry Ward. That do they have the match stamina? Are they match sharp?
140. Jamie Car 86.
And unlike the rest of the field that had Group A to get up to speed, you never quite know whether it's going to be
46.
enough time or you're going to make
117.
a great enough start to maybe sustain some games where you do go off the boil, tops to break throw.
97. Jamie Car 40.
So Atkins will return for the target that Worsley's just missed. Double 15, can't afford to miss,
Game
doesn't
shot on the
miss.
fifth leg,
And
Jamie
Atkins is one
Atkins.
away, and it would inflict a first defeat of the session upon John Worsley.
6 leg John to throw first.
And it would open up the door for John O'Shea to try and win the group because he plays Lee Cox in the final game from the first round. Well, this was kind of the story of yesterday's session where the first
60.
couple of rounds of matches, a lot of games went tight. And then we had a spell in the middle of the session where we rattled through 4-0s, 4-1s, 4-0s. And then again towards the latter end of the session, we saw some tight encounters once more. Worsley won this meeting yesterday, 4-2, despite Atkins having the higher average. Atkins averaging 102 and is hoping to reverse the fortunes of 4-2.
How about this for a reply?
125.
So, advantage Atkins. Stolen the darts in one visit.
$57.
But going dry opens up the door for Worsley. That's the scoring power pack in this game.
Not too much in it at all, is there?
180.
It's no way to recover the situation. We've already had 2 180s in the leg, one apiece.
140. John Car 136.
Really, really top quality tungsten here at the Super Series. Oh.
That was
120.
to save the match, and he leads himself on a double after 12. Atkins to win the match, 124. And he's going to have a dart at the ball to win it, and to inflict a first defeat of the week upon John Worsley. It doesn't go.
88.
And so Worsley to take us all the way for the second game in succession, 2-8s. Pin for 13 data, and we go the distance. It's the kind of crescendo that a game like this deserves. 101.5 average for Atkins, 103 average for Worsley. The finishing stats, 3 from 8 for Atkins, 3 from 6 for Worsley. It's been a high quality leg, and we go to the 7th.
$100. $125.
This is one of those that whoever loses will feel a little aggrieved to have played so well and got nothing from it, but there's another max. He's going to have to back him up with at least a 140.
Well, we mentioned it yesterday, and we'll mention it again, that
58.
despite everything that was thrown his way, Atkins' head never dropped. And it hasn't dropped in this game, where it could have been so easy for it to, because when you had a day like he had yesterday, and then you come into day 2 and you see your opponent flying 102 average when you average 104, it could be so easy for you to go in your shell and just accept your fate.
$94. Jamie Carr, 140.
That great Rocky quote. It's not how hard you get hit and all of that.
And he has got 6 starts and 140 to seal the job through.
100.
He's tops after 12 in a last leg decider. What can Worsley do by way of response?
Ideally, needed another treble just to apply a bit of pressure.
So tops for the match, and it'd be for his second win here at the Super Series. And to win an absolute drama of a contest, Jamie Atkins beats John Worsley by 4 legs to 3. Both players averaging in excess of a ton. Atkins 103.47. Worsley averaging 102 and 3 maximums, but it wasn't enough. It's his first defeat of the week. As for Atkins, well, he starts the day in perfect style. It just gives him an outside chance and an outside hope. Coming up after the break, Lee Cox takes on John O'Shea. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, we saw an absolute crackerjack of a match as Jamie Atkins got the better of John Worsley by 4 legs to 3, averaging 103.47, 4 from 9 when it came to the finishing. Worsley having his first defeat of the week inflicted upon him. Our third game of the session sees Lee Cox and John O'Shea go toe-to-toe on the stage here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Cox, who won just the one game yesterday. O'Shea lost just the one game yesterday. For Lee, well, he was harping ambitions of winning Group A following a perfect day on Tuesday. Went on a 6-match winning streak, but a poor Monday and a poor Wednesday saw him in C, and yesterday wasn't to be for him up against the 48-year-old from Cork, former World Master back in 2019.
Game on.
What are we going to see from this particular contest, I wonder? And I wonder what about Lee and where his
95.
mindset and his mind space will be after a couple of chastening days for himself.
Well, he may be following a bit of a pattern,
100.
but you don't really want to be playing John O'Shea in your opening game, especially the way he played yesterday. Congratulations to Brendan
58.
Dolan, who's a winner on the European Tour, winning his first round game.
100.
Was a first round win against Andrew Gilding, 6-4.
82.
Yeah, I was just wondering if that was the highest recorded official average of Jamie Atkins. And I'm pleasantly
97.
surprised to tell you no, which is encouraging. He has had a recorded average of in excess of 106.
Yeah, 106.21, his
96.
highest recorded average in a match for Jamie Atkins. And that came earlier on this month on the Challenge Tour in a 5-1
60.
win
Lee
against Jeroen and Miok.
170.
That was when he made it all the way through to the final of Challenge Tour 9. He also had a 101 in there against Fallon Sherrock. And in the final, averaged 92.27 and was edged out in the last leg decider
98.
against Andy
John Nicol,
Bolton.
144.
You can tell why people are raving about him,
58.
can't you?
Lee Car 72.
Yeah, certainly with numbers like that.
Double 16 doesn't go
John
for Lee, and
Nicol,
so O'Shea
86.
returns for 86 to get the break of throw in the opening leg. Number one of them.
Bullseye.
61. Lee Car 32.
So double 16 for Cox.
Getting shot
Double
on the
8 is
first leg.
pinned,
Lee
and it's
Cox.
1-0 to the Crawley man.
Yeah, I had a chat with him this morning.
Second leg, John
And I
is
said, well,
first. Game on.
just think about it. A bad day Monday, amazing day Tuesday.
100.
No, he had a...
So Monday, shocker. Tuesday, great day. Wednesday just didn't quite happen.
I said there's no expectation. Play with freedom and
60.
see what can happen. Lower your expectations and that will lower the pressure and the demands.
58. $100. $90.
Well, this would be a sizable play if the top two were to lose their opening match. And what it would put into play is Martin Grierson, who plays John Worsley next. Now, if Grierson was to win that contest against the Womble, assuming Cox wins this particular contest, you'd have Worsley on 10, O'Shea on 8, Grierson on 8. And suddenly, what looked like a very, very comfortable scenario for the top two could suddenly get a little bit twitchy.
99. John Nicol 153.
And Cox is threatening the break.
Well, at the moment, for the rest of the field, it's the the perfect storm so
96,
far.
Leo car 62.
Double 16 for
Yeah,
2-0
shot on the
and a
second
14
leg.
darter
Recall.
for Lee Cox, who cruise the break.
Third leg leader through first. Game on. $100. 100.
Don't forget, if you want to get in touch with us on our social media feeds,
60.
we are at MSS Darts on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, where you can keep up to date with all the results from all of the
81.
matches, plus all of our bonus content, which is available on our social media feeds. Do give us a follow and tag us in on any of your tweets, and we will
60.
answer them as well over the course of the afternoon. Do keep them fun and keep them responsible. And if you're tuning in via the YouTube chat room, tell us
100.
whereabouts in the world you're tuning in to us from. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll make the 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock hour the where you're watching from location hour, where we want you to get in
100.
touch with us over the next hour or so, where you're watching in the world, and we will shout you out wherever you are tuning in from.
45.
We have had some fantastic locations so far, haven't we?
$99.
Wow.
105.
Shave a good
Leo car
plus tier, but
82.
this 82 is for a 3-0 lead. Beautifully pins the ball. He's been great on double 16 thus far. Would have been 3
66.
out of
Johnny
3 in that
Carr,
particular
70.
region. One dart. That's
Green
double
shot on the third
16.
leg. John O'Shea.
And O'Shea brings it back to 2-1, returns the game to throw.
Fourth leg John to third first. Game on. $60. $77. $134.
Well, for both players, their aspirations outside of here are going to involve various competitions and tournaments, some of which will involve the ADC. And the Championship Tour is going to be returning at the end of
99.
May in Middlesbrough on the 25th and 26th of May, both in the men's and women's competitions. The men's winners pick up
96.
£1,000, the women's winners pick up 500 quid, and they'll all be playing. The top 8 in the men and the women will be playing in 2 special days, which we're going to be broadcasting here at the Modus
57.
Super Series on a Saturday afternoon. We'll have double session Saturdays on 2 Saturdays in November this year. They're going to be live at the Live Lounge, broadcasted
93.
live with full production and commentary, and you can enter those competitions via dartsatlas.com for the men's and women's competition. Them two taking place in Coventry at the Eston Sports Academy.
58.
And there
John
are
McCall,
deals as well for the Holiday Inn
118.
Express as part of the ADC as well.
Run that by me again. The finals are going to be here, did you say?
Yes, we're going to have both the men's and women's. We'll have double session
44.
Saturdays. So we'll have the tour finals in the afternoon and then the finals of the Super Series format in the evening.
Didn't take long, did it?
140. John McCall 74.
For 2-2. And we had it last year, didn't we, with the women's event, which was a rip-pouring
Getting
success.
shot on
And
the
that's a
fourth
rip-pouring
leg.
dart to the ball
O'Shea.
for O'Shea for 2-2 from 2-0 down.
Fifth leg
Princey
leader through
tuning,
first.
tuning in
Game
from
on.
Essex. Jiffy from the Czech Republic. Mickey from
58.
Utrecht in the Netherlands. Kirkdale, Liverpool.
140.
Jordan, I can assure you, he doesn't want to be Gerwin Bryce. I don't know where you get that from, but there you go. Maybe because he uses the darts. Who knows?
100.
Kieran Ballard. Hi, Chris and Henry. Can't beat
95.
a bit of Modus Super Series on a Friday afternoon. I agree.
Alicia Fiscal, good morning from
58.
sunny Florida in the
Ooh,
USA.
Now we're talking.
Proper part of the world. Hi from Austria. I'll be honest,
58.
Robbie. I don't think you're in North Korea right now.
Not honest, you've got a special internet feed.
Not unless it's Kim Jong-un tuning in.
81. $60.
Well, from 2-0 down, O'Shea's reacted very well to the situation. Both players averaging 84 in this contest. But O'Shea has stepped it up as Cox has just plateaued
44.
around this sort of level.
148.
Graham, Christine and Aaron watching from Neath in South Wales. Tom Hill, Halifax. Which one?
140.
This
Leah
is
Carr,
the.
160.
This was Tom, I think, that was watching that football game, wasn't it, between them and Oldham yesterday?
Mm-hmm.
160 would have been to made it 3-2. Now O'Shea's threatening
100.
another
Johnny
break, and if he
O'Carr,
makes
8.
it 3-2, he's going to throw for the match.
Getting shot on the fifth
Finds a
leg.
double
John
two.
O'Shea.
O'Shea breaks.
Greetings from Moscow. Where's
Six
this
leg
one,
John to throw
Henry?
first.
I knew you were going to throw this one on me.
Yeah. Well, I'm-
Enquizen, I'm going to go.
okay. Denver. Zachary, welcome back. Another person tuning in
60.
from Moscow. The locksmith. Hello from the not so sunny Newquay in Cornwall.
59.
The Orkney Islands. They got our day of summer today, according to DJ Grundlebug.
140.
Melbourne, nice. Bavaria in Germany.
Hold on. Armando Castellanos is in Costa Rica.
135.
Mark's got his Friday
96.
afternoon sorted. He's having a few beers down the pub and watching a bit of the old Modus.
Michael, tuning in from Baltimore in Maryland.
93.
Hello from Lithuania, Cullen, South Wales, Dublin. We'll get into some more in the
170.
next leg as O'Shea hits a 170 to leave himself from 35 to win the match, averaging just under 89 in the contest.
Turned this one around, hasn't he?
44. John O'Carr, 35.
2-0 down. Remember, Cox had darts of 3-0 in this contest. But since then, it's all been about the Joker, who
Getting
picks
shot
the
on the
points
mark,
up with a
John
14 darter to seal a 4-2 success against Lee Cox, who was luckless in that game towards the latter end. He raced into a 2-0 lead before O'Shea runs 4 on the spin. That ends the first round of matches. Coming up next, Worsley up against Grierson.
thought I was going to win a lot more titles, but I haven't, and who knows why. The best feeling ever. You know, I was so nervous, I was just thinking, I was watching in the background. Come on, Damon.
Will you ever shave the beard, or is it here to stay?
Simon Whitlock, the World Cup champion, the European champion, sat down with the asset Paul Nicholson to talk about his life and times on the hockey. That available now on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel, along with plenty of other bonus content for you, including the Bullseye Challenge, a football penalty shooter, and a chat with Simon's son Mason, who played here at the Super Series last week. Available on the Super Series YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe for that, and plenty of other bonus content from the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where the first round of action for Friday afternoon has been completed. And before the break, John O'Shea got the better of Lee Cox by 4 legs to 2, and that now means him and John Worsley are level on 10 points at the top of the table. A win for Martin Grierson in this contest against the Womble would mean that the top 3 would be picked apart by just the 2 points, a solitary victory. But Worsley did play well in that first game against Jamie Atkins. It was the best contest of the week so far. Worsley averaging 102.12, but was on the wrong end of a 4-3 scoreline against the man from the Midlands, whilst Grierson got over the line in what was a tense affair against James Richardson in a last leg decider. So even though one's won one and one's lost one, you would say that the form guide still very much favours Worsley.
Yeah, I'd agree. Right, Kieran Ballard asks, hi Chris, out of all the players who have qualified for Champions Week so far, who's your favourite up to now? Ooh. I am a big fan of
85.
Andreas Harrison, but you can't ignore the success Neil Duff has had on that stage recently. So yeah, it'd be out of them two so far for me.
68.
I think you've got the high ceiling of Dirty Harry, but the reliability and experience of Neil Duff.
And not to mention the fact that Neil Duff is very good
41.
when it comes to the mental aspect of the sport as well. I also get the sense that when you look at the lineup so far, that there's potential spoilers in there too. I think you look at the likes of Van Schie and Heenahan, can really upset the party if they play to their top level. But Harrison and Duff now have shown that they're the big players at the Super Series, big players in the amateur side of the sport.
121.
Adam Paxton is tuning in from Denby, getting ready for the pairs finals night, playing with David Davis. Good luck, lads.
58.
Just a reminder, that Champions Week finals night, 25th of May. Tickets are available, dartshot.tv. Very few left available for it now. So if you do want to be a part of the spectacle next month, then you're going to have to be quick. And, well, you can book your summer party as well here at the Super Series, where tickets are available until the end of June for a finals night here at the Live Lounge. And on top of that, you can have a look at the many great exhibitions that Modus Sports put on up and down the country, as well as tickets for the remaining World Seniors events in 2024. So
59.
that QR code or dartshop.tv. Worsley 98 to take out this opening leg. Down for double 19. Just strays the other side, and Grierson has already taken out 100 on the nose today. He did it in the opening leg against James Richardson.
Tommy's watching from Keighley.
Game shot on
Say
the
you get on
first
with
leg.
pronouncing
Martin
that one
Grierson.
correctly, boys.
Second leg, Martin to throw first. Game on.
Cape Town, South Africa.
Yeah, someone's watching from St Kitts and Nevis. I am totally envious. That's so unfair.
Actually, I mean, the subject of Cape Town, South Africa, outside of London, England, that's actually the
140.
most watched city for the Modus Super Series.
Wow.
I was having a chat with our social media team, and
60.
they gave us a rundown on all the demographics and stuff that have been tuning in, and yeah, good to see the big numbers that come in from that part of the world, which sometimes gets left off the map. Well, this is a performance which is going to put Martin Grierson on the map. He's averaging 102.62 here and could be halfway towards deposing of John
100.
Worsley. The man who'd won 5 from 5 on day 1 could be halfway towards 0 and 2 on day 2.
$58.
Chris, Luke Littler lost to Michael Smith again last night. I believe he has a winning record against everyone else but Smith. Do dart players have a bogey player? Yeah, for sure.
140.
Certainly have
Martin
players
Carl,
you
123.
struggle to really switch it on against. For whatever, I don't know for what reason. It's just one of those things. Chris, who do I think will win Euro Tour 4? Not a clue.
83.
Too early to even think about a prediction there for me. I'd like to see everybody play at least one game. We have that ethos here on a Monday.
50.
See them get
Martin
through
Carl,
a match
40.
or two, and then you get a general idea of where their form line is. Chris, who do you
Being
think
shot on the second
has
leg,
the best
Martin
follow-through
Grierson.
in the whole game? I will go with Gezi, very smooth and straight.
Third leg, John to through first.
Yeah, not a bad
Game
shout. Dobie's his class. Warby,
101.
every element of his throw is bob on.
Take it not Dave Chisnell. Well, Grierson with the 13 darter there puts him 2 to the good.
30.
Surprising run of results so far. If this one continues to play out with Grierson,
100.
well, should really be in control of the match, 2-0 up in a race to 4. But we know different here at the Super Series. Just look at the game before this one.
If Worsley loses this
30.
particular contest, do the alarm bells begin to ring around?
I'm not sure he would hit the panic button, but his finger would be hovering above it.
85.
Especially if O'Shea beats Richardson in the next one.
$22.
Well, in the last leg, Grierson completed the leg in 13 after 9. He's still in the 400s.
94.
How a leg can compare and contrast, and Worsley in a very comfortable suit to pull one back, although this is a leg on the Womble darts.
Talking of fight backs,
81.
Luke
John
Woodhouse
McDowell, 121.
led Martin Lukeman 2-0 and now leads 3-2 and just had a dart at double 9 for 4-2.
Doesn't have to go for the ball. He went for the ball
96.
and grazed the 25.
Plenty of time on his side. Luke Woodhouse takes out 71 for 3-3.
Yeah, him against Lukeman on the European Tour.
140.
Daz Reynolds.
John McDowell,
Chris, what do you
25.
think of Wright changing his darts all the time? Don't really think anything of it anymore. It was
Getting shot on the third leg, John Worsley.
a talking point in the beginning. Now it's just is what it
Fourth leg,
is. But
Martin to through first. Game on.
ultimately, I think it's come back to bite him in the backside.
Well, once again, that double 12 coming up trumps for Worsley to bring it back to 2-1. This is the key leg you sense
84.
for Martin Grierson. You feel like he has to hold here. Comes back to 2-2. You just get the feeling the Womble just go through the gears somewhat.
100. $100.
Colin Brown watching from the land of the great Neil Duff, Northern Ireland. Hope you are well. Billy Barton. Good afternoon, Mystic Mace. Seeing as you near
85.
one predicted the Premier League last night, including the leg scores, have you got the lottery numbers for tomorrow?
Yeah, I've got them on. I'll buy you a pint if I win. Actually, I don't do the lottery. Do you do the lottery?
No, not really, no. I don't think I've ever
45.
really done the
Suppose you
lottery.
don't need to, do you? You'd only buy another house.
No, I might.
137.
I did I used to do scratch cards when I was in college, but other than that, nothing really like that.
$125.
Well, Grierson's first two have finished, but Worsley can leave it far more makeable.
95.
And that's a great find with the last start to see himself an 8-4, which he took out a couple of times. Well, more than a few times yesterday.
Yeah, that was his go-to two-darter.
Well, it's basically anything that had double 12 on the end of it. He had it on a string, did the Womble.
Yeah, and that one leg, back-to-back 84s, and then an 81 on double 12 in 2.
The bullseye for 2-2, perfectly pinned by Worsley. And Grierson, who had a 2-0 lead, has seen it evaporate. And we could be seeing similar strains of the previous game between O'Shea and Cox, where Cox, the outsider, went 2-0 to the good. His opponent pegged back to 2-2 and then won the 2 legs thereafter.
Mark asks, the commentator last night in the Premier League hinted Smith needs to become more difficult to play against because everybody plays well against him. Do you agree? No. How
26.
How does a player control how another player plays against you? I'm not quite sure that makes any kind of sense. I could almost guess who said that.
41.
Right, we've been talking about the averages, haven't we, all day? So, of the top 20
58.
losing averages in the Super Series in Series 7, 6 of them have come this week.
It has been one of those kind of weeks.
100.
Well, that 102 for Worsley was the third time this week a player has lost with an average of over a ton. Previous this week, there was only 2 players that did that, and that was Damien Mole against Reece Colley
140.
and Shokoa, Derek Coulson against Danny Jansen, lost 4-3 of 102.36 average in comparison to Danny Jansen's 95.62.
100.
Tough school.
Yeah, leaves one scratching one's head.
Van Schie got hit by a few big uns as well.
60.
He's in the list a couple of
Jonathan,
times.
160.
Anyway, 160 for Worsley.
Needs to make himself more difficult to play against.
100.
Maybe if he dances around in front of the board or something, or, I don't know, revs the crowd up while his opponent is throwing. I'm not quite sure.
100. Jonathan,
Should be 2 here for Worsley.
Game
Well,
shot on
that
the
first
fifth
start
leg. John
was the
Worsley.
most beautiful guide.
Yeah, for a player that stacks,
6 leg
it was
Marty to
ideal.
reverse.
It's like a lot of
Game
players will, on 48, if they're a double 16 player, will stick one just right of the target and use that as a guide. And I love that play. Got to be confident, of course. Not for the novice player.
43.
I was actually trying to explain that play to a up-and-coming player in the pub, and I kept hitting double 16.
100.
Or throwing it out the board. Nixters tuning in
70.
from Newfoundland in Canada, another beautiful part of the world.
Love Canada.
Daz Reynolds, who do you think the 4 will go through in the Premier League? Luke Humphries,
58.
Luke Littler, Nathan Aspinall, and MVG. I think as it stands in the table now,
I think the only switch for me may be
Smith and MVG, or Smith and Aspinall.
possible. I think the top 4 is what it is. I think maybe Van Gogh may finish above Aspinall in the stands. Maybe the only change I see. I think Humphries probably tops
55.
it just.
One of the Lukes.
I think Girl and Price will feel that slow start to the league season has ultimately cost him a
100.
playoff spot.
He's given away too many games via missed doubles. As he said, he's blown too many chances.
100.
But the one thing that also helped Van Gogh is the fact that, remember, if you're level on points, the thing that comes to your aid is the Knights 1, and he's won 4 compared to Smith's 1 in the league this year. But the problem for Van Gogh is he's
100.
either won Knights or gone out early.
Adrian asks, has Martin thrown a 180? He certainly has.
$100. Matthew Carr, 88.
Well, both players on 88. Grierson with first poke to send us all the way to a decider. And he's going to have a couple in hand, a double 14.
This is big.
74.
But it's not taken.
John Carr, 88.
And so to respond to defeat in his opening game with a victory in match 2. Worsley's going to have a couple of double 14. But he
74.
can't convert.
Martin Carr,
The drama
14.
continues. Surely the way today goes, this goes in and we go all the way.
Game
Never
shot
in
on the
doubt.
sixth leg. Martin
Well, of a
Grierson.
possible
7th and final leg, John to through first. Game on.
28 legs, we're going to have played 27.
I wonder what's the most amount of legs we've ever played in a session.
I think we played. I think there was one session I
45.
did. It was 2 or 3 off the maximum that we could have played. We played.
I remember one with Matt Clark and Dave Prinz going long.
54.
Never forget that infamous week of the 3 a.m. finish on a Thursday night
99.
before 9 a.m. start on Friday morning. I
Brilliant.
don't think cans of certain energy drink sales were ever so high in the shops
59.
next to the venue.
Yeah, they were tough days and nights.
Well, of course, back in Southampton when we did it, we
84.
used to have to commentate by ourselves.
Not much has changed there.
140.
Well, at least back in Southampton, you only had to carry yourself.
Yeah, to bed most of the time.
59.
The issue was sometimes getting out of bed.
$78.
Luke Woodhouse eventually got the job done against Martin Lukeman. 6-4, a good win for Luke Woodhouse. That Martin Lukeman looks like he's turned the corner in terms of his form. Engstrom against Cullen up next. It seems strange seeing Cullen playing on a Friday
87.
afternoon. It's a
Matthew
great
Carr,
lineup for the crowd.
170.
Well, I think it's a wise move as well to have a perennial player in that session to help with ticket sales too.
Yeah, well, they've got a few in there, haven't they? In DeSouza and Gurney, James Wade.
60. John Carr, 127.
Oh no, James Wade, his first game on tonight. Good lineup tonight as well. At times perfectly with the Euro Tour with the.
Game, shot, and a mark.
The
John
Hinks to
Worsley.
win for Worsley. And Martin Grierson, who had a 2-0 lead in the contest, spurns it and Worsley gets over the line. It means that he is 6 on 7, near perfection. A 4-3 success for the Womble. Coming up next, James Richardson in action up against John O'Shea. It's another game of darts here in the Modus Super Series as John O'Shea takes on James Richardson. Before the break, John Worsley got the better of Martin Grierson by 4 legs to 3. Out of a possible 28 legs that we could have played so far this afternoon, 27 have come and gone from the live lounge in Portsmouth. Well, O'Shea got out the gates of a 4-2 win against Lee Cox. Came back from 2-0 down to 4 consecutive legs in that contest. Richardson losing out in the last leg decided to Martin Grierson in his first game. He hasn't been on the oche now for the best part of an hour. Such has been the nature of the games that have followed his 4-3 defeat.
Yeah, before I was rudely interrupted by a 127 in game by John Worsley, I was just saying it works out perfect with the Euro Tour this evening. Starts at 6 o'clock UK time, finishes at 10, just as we come on air. Doubling darting delight for your enjoyment this evening.
100.
Could be a tungsten treble if you include the fact that you'll be watching 2 sessions at the Super Series.
137.
And
Yeah, this evening's session, sorry mate, Ricciardo's against Wade, Bunting against Grubvac, Franz Roche against Barneveld, Doby against Ian White,
91.
Alexander Merck against Luke Littler, Schindler against Van Veen, Wright against Mansell, and then Clements against the Cube.
92.
the Idowns, who won a week at the Super Series last year. Well, for the 127 a game to the big fish. But Richardson isn't going to take it.
40.
Winning a week here has done nothing for his career, I see.
Yeah, but you won a week as well, mate, so calm down.
78. James Ricard 130.
130 for Richardson.
65.
To be into a O'Shea 98 for the breaker throw and to take out the opening leg.
RWGO3, can't wait to see
58.
Bradley
James Ricard 65.
Cotman, is it?
Coltman, yeah, he won the qualifier at the weekend.
He did. Is John O'Shea still sponsored by Mission?
45.
Just having a look at his shirt now.
Johnny Ricard 40.
I'm
Gains
not
on
sure.
the first leg. John O'Shea.
Well, O'Shea leads by a leg to
Second
nil.
leg,
He gets
John
the
the
break
first.
from
Game
Richardson.
on.
Zachary, new to darts. Any chance you can run a quick crash course?
96.
Maybe not here, but maybe what we can do is maybe a beginner's guide on the YouTube channel, possibly.
What's
60.
the actual game of darts itself? If it's that, it's a leg of 501 points. You deduct your score.
70.
The smallest targets are the most valuable in terms of they treble the score. And you have to finish on a outer double or the bullseye.
57.
If it's a crash course in how the Super Series works, well, I've done that already.
$27. $140. $60.
Harry White, afternoon Mason Henry. Did you manage to find out what darts
64.
Harry Ward uses? No, we've not seen him. Obviously, that was yesterday, so we won't see him until
140.
this evening. But I will send Henry down to ask the question, or he may be watching now and could
100.
answer that himself. But I do think they are his signature darts.
Yeah, they're. I believe they're a custom-made pair from back in his days in the pro ranks. Double
Game
16.
shot on the
Beautiful
second
finish
leg.
for John O'Shea to lead 2-0. That's his first on top of the day. It's the
Third leg,
fifth we've
James
already
is in
seen, and we're
first.
only into game
Game
5.
Yeah, O'Shea, the 4-7 favourite.
140. $83.
I feel like John's one of those players that's got to play with a bit of edge, and I think the way Group A went on Monday, Tuesday,
96.
and Wednesday probably gave him a bit of a kick in the proverbials that he needed to really bring the best out of him. We talk about Neil Duff, don't we, where
97.
sometimes the Group A don't quite work out for him because he knows he has that second chance. And I wonder whether that's the same for O'Shea here, knowing he had the second bite of the cherry in Group C. But
57.
now he's in must-win knockout territory. He is using it to best effect.
And like I say, I'm not sure if he is still with
60.
Mission, quite possibly. Certainly know he's managed by R&K Darts Agency. Two dear friends of mine, Rob and Kim Bain,
140.
still to this day continue to support me in my endeavours when and where I play.
140. James Car 68.
Don't know why they heap all their hopes on players that don't win anything, mate. Bullseye!
43.
Don't go. And so O'Shea
Jonathan,
for 3-0 lead,
121.
121. Chill 17. Would left the ball.
Well, as you can see, he is sporting
55.
the online
James Car
darts
25.
patch. And you remember, of course, he did attend the online darts live lounge live at the
17. John Car
Prince of
66.
Wales, which is brilliant. It's great to have John O'Shea there and Luke Littler. It's
Game
quite
shot
funny
on the
actually
third
because
leg. John O'Shea.
the locals that were allowed in were like, "Who's this young kid then?" I went,
12 leg
"Be all right.
John
You're."
is first.
This was
Game on.
early in December, a week before the World started. That's why we did it at that time to do the build up to it. And they were like, "Who is he then?" Now they're like, "Oh, can you get him back in the pub?" No.
Just a thing, you probably have one of the most
57.
famous sports people in the country in your boozer. We've probably had one of the most famous sports people. Well, we've had one of the most
81.
famous sports people in this country in this building. And you can be in this building too by scanning the QR code, which we're going to put on your screen now. Have a look at that.
59.
Dartshot.tv. And that's how you can be here on a Saturday night here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Dartshot.tv. The website, it's a very small booking fee for your regular weeks. And then a bit of
140.
a ticket charge for the Champions Night on the 25th of May. Fantastic atmosphere,
59.
fairly priced drinks. Just a good night altogether here in Portsmouth on the south coast of England.
One thing I do regret about that night, I was talking to Luke about booking him
100.
just for a little show, just trying to help him out with a bit of work, and I didn't tie him down to a night. Don't think I could afford him now.
180.
You have to work enough a week here to do that.
Correct.
45. John Car 146.
Well, this to win 4-0 next to no time at all. Richardson hasn't played bad in this game, but O'Shea has
96. James Car
turned it on when it's matted in
135.
legs.
When is Henry playing his debut in Group C? We only have so much TX time, I'm afraid.
Yeah, no one wants to watch that.
43. John
We'd
Car
have
50.
We'd have to turn a Group C into a 2-day experience.
Tops of the match.
Game
For
shot
4-0
on
win for John O'Shea. He gets a better with James Richardson to zip. It means the top two are both on 12 points. And talking about the top two, we're going to watch the bottom two in action next as Jamie Atkins takes on Lee Cox. Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, the destination for the Modus Super Series, where we're about to begin the 6th game of the afternoon session in Group C, and it sees Lee Cox and Jamie Atkins in action. Atkins, who got the better of John Worsley in his opening game. What a performance as well. Averaged 103.47, 4 from 9 on his doubles. The only player so far to have beaten the Womble in this group. As far as Lee Cox is concerned, he lost out in a last leg decider to John O'Shea. Myself, Henry Deacon and Chris Mason watching all the action in the commentary box, averaging 83.2. He did go 2-0 up in that affair before O'Shea wheeled off 4 legs on the spin. In fact, O'Shea's now won each of the last 8 legs he's played after that 4-0 drubbing of James Richardson. But 59. Jamie Atkins just continues to impress, doesn't he?
Yeah, definitely. Really enjoying watching him up close.
41.
Smashy Rashy, this isn't live. All right. How have I read that then?
60.
Oh, here's a smart one for us. 10 times 10 LIP, is it? Modus best of 7.
140.
PDC best of 10. Wow. Wow. Please tell me what tournaments are best of 10.
Well, I'll tell you what, me and Mace are going to take a selfie and we're going to put it on my personal Twitter account and we'll show you that we are 100% live right now on the Super Series YouTube channel.
60.
Did Gearson have a 180 against Jefferson earlier? Who's he?
134. 121. Jamie Carr, 148.
Scott Taylor has already played this series, hasn't he?
Played week 4, lost the final to
Lost in the
Duff.
final, yeah.
139.
Man, that guy is good when he's in the zone, yeah, for sure. Top player.
29.
Trying to work
Jamie
out.
Carr, 8.
Well, has
Getting shot on the first leg. Jamie Atkins.
in his first game against Richardson did hit 180,
Second
and in
leg
his
leader
next
third
game
first, game on.
against Worsley hit a 180 as well. Hope that covers that. I don't know how I know that if we're not live.
Well, I can confirm on my Twitter feed, we are
60.
live. And you can get in contact with our Twitter feed at MSS Darts for all your questions and observations.
96.
This time machine's amazing.
Amazing to think that this
85.
game was played about 3 weeks ago, wasn't it?
96. 140. 99.
Well, Scandi doing a job on Joe Cullen. 5-0.
140.
Plenty of mentions about Swedish darts, haven't we? And darts in general from Scandinavia over the last couple of days.
134. Leo Carr, 76.
Engström averaging nearly 100 against a slightly out of sorts Joe Cullen, who's averaging 87.79.
I'll tell you what, if we ever did do Super Series on
36.
tour,
Jamie Carr,
and we did
76.
take it out of the UK, I think Sweden's the first place you've got to go to when you consider you could have a 6v6 event. Swedish against the rest of the world.
How are the rest of the world going to get there?
56.
Might as well just
Leo
make them all
Carr,
come
40.
here. You just want a free holiday, Henry, don't you? Stick to somewhere warm, man.
I've tried the Greece and Cyprus tour how many times now?
Oh, I've already had the email about that.
20.
Have you not had an email yet about
Junior
that?
card
Come on,
20.
Mr. Locken. Double 10 for Atkins. 2-0, break accrued.
Jamie Atkins. Third leg, Jamie to throw first. Game on.
Well, again, Atkins playing supremely well.
80.
Average of 95.84 after the first couple of legs.
I think he's very much a player we've got to keep a close eye on.
45.
He's left himself, well, in my opinion, too much to do here. But
56.
certainly going to be watching him closely to see if he continues to improve and progress.
I wonder if maybe
97.
next time he'd be a player that would benefit from a Group A, maybe give him a
For
whole
sure.
week. And of course, the other thing is, if there is a possibility later on in the phase of spaces
85.
opening up, well, he's put himself on the list. Him, Derek Coulson, Danny Janssen. I know obviously it'd be a bit more
66.
difficult for Danny because of geography, but they'd be the three that would stand out for me as those that I think on the basis of the way they've played, if a second invite opens up, have definitely deserved and warranted it.
100.
Tom Sykes actually as well.
Agreed.
It's on for potential 14 data
42.
to make
Junior
it 3-0,
card
and he's
80.
got all the time he wants to move himself to within one of the victory posts.
He's going to have to pick the top side.
60.
Didn't quite have the elevation and power in the dart.
Didn't need to on that occasion, and because he missed that side of the wide, doesn't have to mess about
95.
next time round.
Junior card 20.
D10. D5. 3-0, and Atkins is one away.
Did he sink his battleship?
Fourth leg leader throw first. Game on. $40.
Swagapino OCE suggestion video about how Modus works, i.e. how you pick the
98.
players, how the week's series work. Yep, that's going to be in the pipeline.
I think there is an explainer video on the YouTube channel about the breakdown of the weeks and the groups
100.
and things like that.
Well, yeah, you'll have to scroll back in the videos, but there is a video in there somewhere.
177.
It's in the reefer.
$45.
But Atkins closing in on a 4-0 success. And after 4 games, where we played
24.
27 out of a possible 28 legs, we could have back-to-back 4-0 wins.
Good job of the blending
81.
straight from
Junior
one
card
session into another.
142.
6 for the match for Atkins. He's going to do the job of setting it up.
110.
Beautifully setting up, leaving double 16 after 12 to seal it.
Yeah, and it's going to end with a average in excess of 90 if he doesn't
180. Junior card
mess
52.
around.
He'll be playing to his numbers, won't he? It's a
James
4-0
Sherman
win.
versus
It's a
Jamie
13 data for Jamie Atkins. It's an average of 92 and a half. We saw signs of his brilliance yesterday, and now it's being yielded with results. A 4-0 win for Atkins against Lee Cox. Well, a comprehensive victory, it's fair to say, for the man from the Midlands. Next up is John O'Shea against John Worsley, and what a cracker this could be. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where 2 rounds of matches have been completed on the second day of action here in Group C. This is what we've seen up to press. 2 4-0 victories in the last 2 games and 2 impressive performances by John O'Shea and Jamie Atkins. So next up for us is our first game of the third round of fixtures. This is how the table looks following the end of the second round of fixtures. As you can see, Worsley and O'Shea both on 12 points respectively, and a 6-point gap from Atkins and Grierson, with only 6 points left to play for. And the top 2 go toe-to-toe in the beginning of the third round of matches. Worsley up against O'Shea, and the victor of this particular match will virtually see themselves through to Saturday night's session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. They would still need some I's to be dotted and some T's to be crossed, but it would be very hard from that point onwards to see the winner of this game not progressing their way through to Saturday night's final. The loser of this game will be in a little bit of peril, but will still be in a very strong suit.
First leg, John O'Shea to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, this is all but the shouting. Done and dusted, isn't it? I mean, mathematical possibilities, but unlikely for me.
Well, the group have done well to get Jamie Atkins at bay yesterday, because he played well, didn't pick the points up, and now it's going the other way round on day 2.
60.
But what he could be is the potential spoiler for the rest. Remember as well, it's all based on positioning. So if you finish 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th for the players that don't qualify
96.
through, then you want to finish the best of the rest, because you win more prize money as a result of it.
Correct. That's the new incentive in place.
Which is a much better system. It's a fairer system as well, because there's a potential that in the past, first could play 6th in a game that the top place player or somebody else is waiting on a result against somebody bottom of the league who and can potentially think, well, this ain't to be for me, and at least with the incentive of finishing fifth, you get a bit more money. It just means that everybody's got something to play for. Mind, do get in touch with us via the YouTube chat room and tell us where in the world you're tuning in from. Melbourne, Florida is where Mike is tuning in to us from. So do let us know where you are watching from, and we will shout you out live on the programme. But Worsley here, first to a finish, 137 after 12, from the breaker throw in the first leg. And O'Shea is left on 60, so this is going to have to be popped by the Womble. And pop it may.
170.
Wild with the last. And so O'Shea will return for 60 to take out the opening leg. Tops. Pinned. 1-0 O'Shea. Now the meeting between these two yesterday was won quite convincingly by John Worsley by 4-0, average 103.66, 4 out of 5 on the doubles. 44. But by contrast, that's now the 9th leg in succession that John O'Shea has won today, because he lost the first 2 in that game against Lee Cox in his opener, won 93. The last 4, beat Richardson 4-0, and is now 1 to the good in this particular contest.
$100. 60.
Worsley looking to
135.
peg back at 1-1.
$59. $140.
Super leg from John Worsley. 82 after 12, possible 14 darter. It's been a real strong element of his play so far.
Getting shot on the second leg, John Worsley.
Well, how many times have those types of combinations come up trumps of Worsley? It does so again there. And we have a level game at 1-1.
$134. $140.
An exchange of 2 treble turns to kick off leg 3.
60.
Worsley averaging in excess of 102 heading into the 3rd leg of this encounter.
95.
On the basis of what we've seen
50.
from everybody this week, providing Worsley qualifies, does he go favourite in your mind for tomorrow night?
On the evidence of play, I think it'd be hard not to. I mean, yesterday's relentless nature can't be ignored, but there's a few players you can say that about. In certainly Harry Ward last night and Gilbert van der Meyden, all at quality.
38. John Ricard, 120.
No players on 10 plus outs after 12. O'Shea first poker the 120. That's not going to go, so what can
60.
Worsley do with the fish?
John Ricard, 170.
Not to be, and so O'Shea for 2-1 should have a couple of darts at top, providing of course he finds a single with the first dart, and Worsley's left himself on double 18. And the way the one ball's double this week, I wouldn't give him chances.
50.
But he is going to get a
Johnny
goal.
Carr, 36.
And this would be for the break. Double 9.
Getting shot
And
on
it
the third
goes.
leg.
Worsley
John
breaks. He moves
Worsley.
2-1 up.
And again,
Fourth leg,
averaging
John to third first.
in the mid-90s.
$75. $59. $22. $96.
What is the record for winning streak in legs at the Modus Super Series? I remember that Connor scuttered a
81.
16-leg winning one. In terms of places where people are tuning in from. Steve Foster
59.
from Taif in Saudi Arabia. Odysseus from Romania. Richard Farley still watching from Warrnambool, Australia. We've got Brisbane, Australia. Ireland.
85.
From Anglesey in a village called Clanfair Pruggle Wiggle Wiggle Wiggle. I think.
99.
Apologies if I've got that wrong. Eric Onride, watching from the Grand Catchy, Alberta, Canada. Awesome shout out to the Modus Super Series. And Kenny Y Net FM, that's not a plug for the radio
98.
station. Watching for the third lousiest seaside resort in the UK, Felixstowe. Charlotte Evans from Kansas City, USA. Flash from the Philippines.
100.
Hope you're enjoying the coverage wherever you are.
140.
Well, this 140 for Worsley for a 3-1 lead is not going to go, and so O'Shea should at least get a go with the ball to square up at 2-2. But Worsley's made a bit of a mess here. So he left himself on 10 after the first two. To
90.
recovers well with the last
Johnny Carr,
start.
88.
O'Shea 88 to square this match up.
Single 18. Bullseye. Gets it.
Getting shot on the fourth leg. John O'Shea.
Double deuce.
Desmond here with the live lounge.
Fifth leg, John O'Shea to throw first. Game on.
Tom's watching from Munich. Hope you're well.
Oh, I just got back from there. Absolutely beautiful.
We're still
58.
disappointed we didn't see Mason in Lederhausen.
I don't think there's enough of a financial reward to get me in them, to be honest. Although I did enjoy
137.
seeing Hugh Ware sporting his Lederhausen in Munich.
180.
Jack McCalmont is tuning in from Belfast, Northern Ireland. Welcome along.
Got Ukraine
60.
and Poland as well. Victoria, Australia.
You're not going to say the place?
95.
No, no. I like my job too much.
$100.
Well, who knew, Henry?
128.
But Blowhard is a place in Victoria, Australia. Welcome along.
Careful Googling that, Mace.
125.
Sounds fabulous.
John O'Shea, 40. Getting shot on
Tops
the fifth leg,
O'Shea,
John
13 data. 3-2 he leads.
Six leg, John Worsley to throw first. Game on. 45.
So, against what felt like the run of play,
180.
O'Shea is on the cusp of moving to the top of the table.
And kicks off Max with the first visit to the leg.
Joe Chamberlain, watching from Gloucestershire,
180.
not too far from you lot. Obviously, geography not a strong point.
2.5 hours away, give or take,
100.
on a good day.
A very good day.
Tracy Russell from Worcestershire supporting Jamie Atkins.
95.
O'Shea closing in now on the victory. 6-1-2-2-1.
131.
I actually think you're closer to the Winter Gardens in Blackpool from Gloucester than you are to here. Shame we're not transmitting from there.
Oh, this time of year, beautiful.
99.
Well, this for the match.
Johnny
O'Shea
O'Connor,
with a
90.
13 in the previous leg. Could get it done in 12. Could get it done in fewer. 12 will do. But he's not going to do so. And so Worsley will
50.
return.
John O'Connor, 86.
But why has he gone 18s there, Mace?
Not a Scooby-Doo.
Double eight. Is he going to be punished? No.
Oh, he's got away with it.
No score. John O'Connor,
And the head
40.
and the hands from Worsley tells you exactly what you need to know. O'Shea double 10.
Game
In
shot
it
of the match,
goes. A
John O'Shea.
4-2 win for John O'Shea against John Worsley. Moves the Joker to the top of the pack here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. For Worsley, it's 2 defeats in 3 to start his day. For O'Shea, well, it puts him to the top of the pile. Next up for us, Martin Grierson up against Jamie Atkins. Welcome back to the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where we've reached the middle match of our session here at the Modus Super Series, and we're going to be watching Martin Grierson And Jamie Atkins go toe-to-toe. Jamie Atkins, who's had a fantastic second day. He's won both of his matches so far. As for Grierson, 1 win, 1 defeat. To his session here on Friday at the Live Lounge reports. And before the break, we saw John O'Shea reach the summit of the table by getting the better of John Worsley by 4 legs to 2. It means O'Shea's top on 14, Worsley second on 12. Both of these two will be on 6. The winner will move on to 8, but there'll be a massive mountain for them to climb if they're going to surpass John Worsley in the group. They're going to have to rely on favours and then win games big.
Yeah, they're going to have to rely on John not playing particularly well, and he does tend to respond and bounce back well. Grey 1965, Chris, noticing that some players were on about breeze on stage last night. Does it really make that much of a difference? Are they making mountains from molehills? Well, I take it by that question stroke comment, you're not a player yourself, but yeah, it makes a huge difference. I unfortunately experienced that at the UK Open in Bolton, where in between the sessions they were using a air conditioning unit to try and cool the place down, because it used to be like a furnace in there. And although they turned the air conditioning unit off, they left the piping in place, and it was just a gentle breeze across stage. And when you think about the fundamentals of a dart, the biggest part of the dart in terms of surface area is the flight. So there's any kind of breeze whatsoever, as gentle as it may seem, it will affect the flight of the dart massively, and of course where it lands. Those who play with quite small winged flights and quite heavy darts and have an aggressive throw obviously won't be affected as much. It's a bit like playing with air conditioning. A lot of players, when we used to go to especially Vegas, would go up 2, 3, 4 grams in weight to try and combat that very issue.
Well, Grierson needs one. Now, imagine Stephen Bunting in that scenario if he had the old set, the 12-gram feathers.
Yeah, but he throws very aggressively, doesn't he? He doesn't have a light throw, so the speed through the air, and he's got a clean release. There's very little hang time in the air with the dart. Both of these two probably wouldn't be affected. A small flight, quite an aggressive throw from Grierson, and well, Jamie Atkins really does pump them into the board.
Well, we won't test it by putting a fan in the auditorium. Although we will have fans in the auditorium tomorrow. See the segue? And you can be there as well. Dartshop.tv, the place to be to get your tickets for a Saturday night here at the Super Series. Scan the QR code, as you can see on your screen there, to be a part of the Darty Party in Pompey on a Saturday evening. Tickets available for Saturday nights throughout the course of the series and into Series 8 as well here at the Super Series. On top of that, plenty of other goodies for you as well. You have tickets available up until the 13th of July, week 7 of Series 8, so you can enjoy a summer of darts here in Portsmouth.
Yeah, if you live localish enough, it's certainly worth a visit. There's plenty of hotels. There's one very, very close, a couple of minute walk from the venue. Plenty of places to eat and drink and make a weekend of it.
134.
Really is an experience you'll enjoy. It's rare to get up close and personal at sporting events nowadays. You'll see all the players, they'll be mulling around for photographs and selfies and autographs.
Well, some of them tend to stick around and just perch themselves in the back of the auditorium sometimes as well. They'll support, even though they're rivals, but friends that they've made over the course of the days that they've been here at the Live Lounge. It's a unique experience here at the Super Series by that particular way. This is 8-8 for a level game at 1-1. Doesn't go, and so Grierson, if he can net the fish, will go 2 to the good.
Yeah, another crack at the 170.
$58. Jamie McCart 8.
Going back to that particular venue last night. They had the same issue with a lot of air moving around. And guess who won it 12 months ago? The same player who won it last night. And
4.
he probably uses
Martin
the
Yukar,
heaviest start
112.
of all the players.
Hosted the Eurovision Song Contest a few years ago. You Rotterdam Ahoy?
41.
Not the live
Jamie
lounge.
Yukar, 4.
Did it? Wow. Would make a great music venue, by the way.
Oh, the acoustics in here. And this is why it's so
He's on
unique,
the
as
second
Atkins
leg.
levels
Jimmy
up at
Atkins.
1-1 is a few weeks ago when Jimmy Van Ski won, we only had about 50
Third leg
people in the
Marty
building
to
in
through
terms of the
first.
crowd.
Game on.
But the atmosphere, because of the roof and that, this is a former church, the live lounge. The acoustics
Yeah,
around.
the shape of it and the materials that are used to make it is perfect for that very reason.
137.
Why is this sometimes streaming at like 1 a.m.? I remember watching it live a couple of times at that time. We
96.
go live at 9:30 a.m. and have done for quite some time on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday for Group A. That usually is wrapped up by around
85.
1:30, 2 o'clock.
Yeah.
And then Thursday and Friday, we are 1 a.m. till around 5, and then 10 a.m. till around 1ish UK time.
140.
And then Saturday night, the action gets underway at 7:30 until around 10:30.
Yeah.
Now, that's UK time, so depending on where
43.
you are, you can work that out for yourself.
And of course, do let us know where you're tuning in from across the world. We'll do another bit of interaction as well with you later on this evening. We want you to give your players you'd like to see in Series 8, but we'll do that a little bit later on tonight. Been part of mine and Mace's fact-finding mission this week.
95. Jamie Yukar, 132.
Bit of champagne, supernova. Well, he won't find it on
64.
this particular occasion.
Martin Yukar,
He was caught beneath a
141.
landslide.
You've actually done karaoke in this building, haven't you?
I mean, I wouldn't quite call it music.
Yeah, you
96.
made a noise.
Jamie Yukar, 68.
Yeah, more like pig squeals. Double 16
36.
doesn't go.
Martin Yukar, 45.
Chance for Grierson to go back in front on throw. Double 16. What's he like in this area of the board?
Game shot on
Perfect.
the third leg. Martin Grierson.
Just been the first off game that we've seen from Jamie Atkins here. I
Fourth
think
leg,
the
Jamie to throw
fact he's
first.
out now,
Game
maybe
on.
the
Yeah.
sting's gone a bit.
Yeah, that intensity goes.
$60.
There is still that incentive, of course, of position in terms of prize money from
135.
Group C and Group B and Group A.
$134. $140. $100. $100.
We would like a 171 here, or you would have liked to have left double 18.
59.
Grierson for the
Yukar,
break and a 3-1
126.
lead.
Euro Tour news: Zonneveld and Perez
46.
locked up at
Jamie
4-4.
Yukar, 148.
So Grierson is going to come back for the 80
88.
for the break,
Martin
for that
Ricard,
3-1
80.
lead. It means he'd then have the darts to see the match through. Double 10. Up for 5s. He's been good on his doubles up to presses, Martin.
70.
But that, the first real blot in that
Ricard, 60.
particular department. Double 10. That double 10, when he hits it on that wire, is a real blocker. But he
Game
makes the
shown
final
the
A
fourth leg,
round,
Jimmy
and it's a
Atkins.
level game once again. 2-2.
Fifth leg Martin to throw first. Game on. $100. $59.
Martin did win this tie yesterday.
100.
And comprehensively 4-0. It was a shock result then, wasn't it?
140. $85.
Heading towards the meat of the match.
George Cosgrove tuning in from Barnsley in South Yorkshire. Not too
112.
far from me, that. Steve from Cincinnati.
Barnsley, who gave Portsmouth the League One title on Tuesday night. That was a great
140.
evening.
$96. Martin Ricard,
Well,
76.
this to move 3-2 to the good.
He won't be feeling too much pressure with Atkins back on
Game shot on the fifth leg.
1-3-2, and in it
Martin
pops. Leads 3-2, one away from
Six leg
doing
Jamie
the
to throw
double
first. Game
over
on.
the fancied Jamie Atkins. We had a discussion earlier about potential bogey players, because Jamie here averaging
100.
an uncharacteristic 82 average, and against Martin yesterday
96.
he averaged 83.
$58.
If you need to ask who's going to win between Lee and James, have a pound on the lottery instead.
25.
Taking advice from chat is like turkeys voting for Christmas.
140.
James from South London, welcome along.
Got a couple of good players in that
100.
part of the world. Dowell Pilgrim and Cam Crabtree.
Are they South London?
Croydon
Oh
lads.
yeah, of course they are.
Of course, Dowell, big Palace fan.
139.
Cam could perhaps improve upon his choice of... Well, no, I'm only joking. He's a gooner, isn't he? So he's probably licking his wounds right now.
100.
Villa fans aren't.
64.
Living the dream.
Indeed.
Only club left in Europe.
Mr. Edgar will be more than happy. So Reece Colley. Atkins would be
James
happy if he
Charles,
could pin the
six leg.
64.
Jimmy
3-3.
Ocean, he's watching
Seven and
from
final leg Martin to throw
Lancaster.
first. Game
Some
on.
good players in our area. There's always been some good players from there. The rivalry between Lancashire and Yorkshire over the years were phenomenal.
96.
Conan. Henry, bore off with Portsmouth. I couldn't agree more, Cal. I was going to lock him in another room.
140.
You'd think they'd won the Premier League or the Champions League.
Can you just give me one moment of happiness in my existence?
No.
96. $134.
I want you to go through the same misery our colleague Owen Binks goes through supporting Colchester.
99.
He's had a bit of a Grimsby week.
57.
Well, Owen's not here tomorrow because he's going to watch them away to Notts County. Owen Binks is our spotter here.
76.
So we're looking forward to
Junior car
him not being here
170.
tomorrow so we can have a day's peace.
I can see you two having a straightener.
81. Martin car 134.
134 for Grierson to seal a 4-3 success. It's not going to go on this particular occasion. So what can Atkins do with the 89? It would keep his 100% record for the day going and make him 3 from 3 in that particular department.
63. Junior car 89.
And credit where credit's due. He's come back from the depths against Grierson here.
Going to get a dart at the ball.
44.
Can't
Martin
find
Car
it. And so
71.
Grierson will have his chance to win the contest on 71.
Oh, he's going to have to do it the hard way. Oh dear, oh dear.
Now from there, he's made a mess of it and he knows all about it. So Atkins, 45 to
47.
win the contest.
Junior car 45.
And he's left himself double 12 in the end of this. Doesn't go for the Midlands man. Double 16. To make it 3 wins and 3. And it
Getting shot on the
goes!
match,
And it's a
Jamie
hat-trick of wins for Jamie Atkins. Getting the better of Martin Grierson in the last leg to side a 4-3. So that's game 8 done and dusted. Next up for us, Lee Cox and James Richardson rounds off the final round, a final fixture of round 3. Bo Greaves, the two-time champion of the world, will be making her debut at the Modus Super Series on Thursday night. She's going to be in Group B alongside Adam Lipscomb and Rob Collins. Lipscomb coming into the fold as a late replacement in Group B. Group A is going to be headlined by Sebastian Białecki and the former champion of the world, Scott Mitchell. Kevin Painter, former world finalist in there. Whilst Daniel Lee will be making his return in Group C alongside Stuart Kelly. The action gets underway 9:30 a.m. on Monday morning on the Super Series YouTube channel. Meanwhile, here in the middle of a session in Group C on Friday afternoon, where before the break, Jamie Atkins kept his 100% record for the day up by getting the better of Martin Grierson in a last leg decider 4-3. Our ninth game sees Lee Cox and James Richardson go toe-to-toe at the Oki. And as far as these 2 days are concerned, well, hasn't quite gone to plan for the pair. Richardson without a win, Cox without a win, and between them, they've won 5 legs.
Yep. Cox out. So is Richardson.
82.
So they're all about playing for position.
For Richardson, it's just not happened, has it, for him this week?
No. Christian Perez got the better of Sonneveld.
55.
Henry, if you and Chris were locked in a room for an hour and only one of you could make it out alive, what would you do with your spare 59 minutes?
Best be careful what I say here.
100.
I don't know. What is there to do with 59 spare minutes when you're about to die?
100.
When you say locked in the room, do you have any contact with the outside world or something?
I wouldn't have thought so when you're locked in a room.
As in for like, I suppose you wouldn't have no telephone or anything on you.
As long as it was padded and
94,
soundproof, no one could hear your
101.
cries for help and mercy, Henry. Jeff's tuning in from Big Flats, Wisconsin.
49.
Cheesehead.
170.
Thing I want to know is, why has Tom been thinking about my last hour on Earth?
85. Change your car. 52.
Well, we often do that, Henry.
Cheers, Mace. Cheers,
James
James.
on the first
Break
leg.
your phone at
James
1-0.
Richardson.
Tidy leg. 15 darter.
Second leg.
Cox
James
is
to do
broken.
First. Game on. $60.
Up next on the Euro Tour, Darrell Gurney faces Jose de Souza. Really has been a torrid time
140.
for Jose of late. When you think he really burst onto the scene, didn't he?
Well, he won that Grand Slam, didn't he? Beat James Wade in that final. So, in fact, then he played his debut in the Premier League. He
85.
actually got, people forget, he got to the final of the Premier League in his only appearance in that particular competition.
140.
Who did he play in the final?
Lost to Johnny Clayton. That was the year of the Ferret,
Yeah.
2021. That was back when we had that
81.
restriction when you're only allowed 1,000 people in the venue in Milton Keynes. The home of World Darts for about 9 months.
Yeah, everything was there.
135.
What were we doing?
$105.
Yellow
Leave
zones,
car
amber
86.
zones, red zones, green zones. Treble 14 for double 16
54.
doesn't go. And so Richardson
James
for a
Car
2-0 lead.
170.
Can he net the fish? Can you, James? Can you, James? Oh, he was so close to
145.
reeling it in.
Leave car 32.
Carl from Motor City, Detroit, Michigan. The home of Tommy Hearns, the Motor City Cobra. It was a fabulous fighting city, Detroit, for a while.
No score. Change your car, 25.
Did you ever play out there? Detroit?
No, sadly not. I'd have been going to the
Getting shot on the second leg. James
several
Richardson.
memorable places. I'm not sure if all the boxing gyms are still there anymore, but they used to be.
Third leg leader through first. Game on.
Well, Richardson now moves to the good.
Ocean wants to know, has James made you guys a curry this week? Now, I like a hot one, but certainly wouldn't be eating
140.
one of James's rubies.
We did go and have a curry, didn't we, earlier on this week?
Mate, yeah, and it was absolutely stunning. One of the best ones I've had in
60.
Portsmouth so far. Who picked that one? It was you. Oh, that's well done. That's not bad. Strike rate on one in 5 on decent restaurants now.
Charlene,
And what did you have to eat?
only because I was working the next day, I had a masala.
22.
Usually I go for a boona.
Both desserts.
$100.
Although we still need to find a good Thai restaurant because the one that we like to frequent in the crew this is now shut down.
24.
Well,
For your car, 121.
myself and Marco found a beautiful street food Thai restaurant, and it was stunning.
I think it's going to be an Italian night tonight.
89.
I think a little bit of a carbonara I'm getting the feeling of tonight.
Jeez, you're
60.
a boring
For your
eater,
car,
aren't you?
32.
216s.
Game
14
shot on the
darter
third
for
leg.
Cox, back to
Recall.
2-1.
They do a beautiful fillet steak and garlic and mushroom
Fourth leg, James
pasta
to
dish in there.
first.
I
Game
highly
on.
recommend it.
We had the pizzas in there yet.
Yeah,
Now they're
incredible.
140.
As is the lasagna. Charlie Corsafine, a big fan, by the way, of the carbonara in that restaurant.
Just for clarity,
140.
we don't get any freebies or discount. Unfortunately, I must arrange that with them actually. I will. I have spoke to the manager on a couple of
140.
occasions, and he was going to get us some little voucher things for anybody playing here or working here.
Because we need those 10 free stamps or something, don't we?
He was going to give us 10% off.
140.
Well, Richardson here is on for a potential 11 dart leg. I think he's heard us talk about food and he's got a little bit hungry in this game.
75. James Car, 81.
Potential 11 darter incoming then. 12. And ball.
shot
Oh,
on the
beautiful.
fourth leg, James Richardson.
Ruthless by name and ruthless by nature. And Richardson leads 3-1. And a lovely show of
Fifth leg
respect by
leader through
Cox.
first.
Well, this
Game on.
sums up what's going on with Lee at the moment. He's averaging 100.81 and staring down the barrel of a 4-1 defeat.
It's been the timing from James.
97.
Cox 1 from 6 on the outer ring. Richardson 3 from 5 when finishing off.
60. $140.
Of course, big day of Premier League football and FA Cup football tomorrow. Luton, Brentford, Sheffield United, Burnley, Wolves v
43.
Arsenal in the Premier League, Man City, Chelsea FA Cup semi-final.
Yes, Carl, that's the gym I was discussing. Manny Steward's gym. Genuine question,
85.
how often do Modus swap out the boards? We've done this pretty much every day after. So before this session starts, brand new board. As soon as it's finished, it's taken down and a brand new board.
83.
Well, a used board will go up for the players to practice on before the session starts, and then a brand spanking new board straight out of the box goes in for tonight's
59.
session. That will be taken down, and a brand new one will go up for tomorrow night's final. And that is every day except Sunday.
But it will be next Sunday because there's an influence
96.
event
Leo
here.
Carr, 120.
Which you can watch on our Modus Super Series YouTube channel if you're that way inclined.
Yeah, they were doing some rehearsals for that early on this afternoon.
56.
Should be a great event.
Alan Green said Henry had a pilchard curry. Jeez, I don't think I could think of anything worse.
83. Leo Carr, 64.
To save the match. And one of them leaves himself the requisite double.
32.
Doesn't go, and so
James
Richardson,
Carr,
who already
136.
has teased the big fish, can he finish off for a 136? Not to be.
I would have thought a triple cheeseburger was more... I don't eat cheeseburgers. Cheese, no.
80. Leo Carr, 32.
Well, to save the match, with Richardson on a single to double
Finish on the
combo,
fifth
back
leg.
to
Lead
3-2 we go. Story of the day, this, isn't it? Tight encounters, comebacks
Six
on
leg
the
James
cards.
reserve first. Game on.
Did have a cheeseburger last night.
96.
That doesn't surprise me.
To be fair, I'm kind of a bit disappointed because the last couple of weeks I have been on a bit of a diet. I've been pasturing and
57.
You
protein shaking.
You don't need carbs, son. You shouldn't be eating carbs.
I was just trying to...
You don't do enough physical activity to warrant carbohydrates. That doesn't count. Walking up and down the stairs here at the Super Series
67.
is not exercise. You should go on a keto diet, mate. You know how much meat as you can eat. What time
37.
does the influencer event begin, Henry?
3 p.m. sharp.
3 p.m.
Till around about 9:10, I think.
96.
Yeah, it's going to take... Well, they got the doubles events to play and then the singles.
I'm here till about 8, my apologies.
140.
I'll be just going on me Ollibobs.
Lucky you.
57. James Carr, 150.
150 for the match.
Actually, I will be in my swim-up room as it gets
32.
underway, so I'll spare a thought for everyone involved.
Why, is she having a pina colada on the beach?
No, don't like beaches. Don't like the sand.
100.
Can
James
Richardson get
118.
Cox's number? Tops for Ton Topper to win the match.
98.
Doesn't go.
Leo
Do a lot of
Carr,
hot dogs now.
124.
Again, no nutritional value to them. There's hardly any meat in them.
58.
So
James
Richardson
Carr, 20.
returns for double 10 to complete a 4-2 victory to move him on to 6 points in the group. And in it goes.
Game
Richardson,
shown
a
in the match,
4-2 winner against Lee Cox, who is stranded at the bottom of the table. The look on his face is a dejected one. Had the superior average, but couldn't hit those doubles. As you can see, 50% compared to 25% there. Next up, Martin Grierson against John O'Shea. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we have completed 3 rounds of play on this Friday afternoon session at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And this is how the table looks. John O'Shea and John Worsley in very good positions to make their way through. O'Shea will rubber stamp his position into finals night with a win in this game against Martin Grierson. John Worsley is almost there, you sense. He just needs to dot the I's and cross the T's, and we'll see him against Lee Cox in a couple of matches' time. But kicking off round 4, Martin Grierson and John O'Shea, who I think is trying to impersonate Paul Hinks on the stage. How's your 1-2-7 and game call, John?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure O'Shea is guaranteed his place in tomorrow night's final. Position isn't assured. John Worsley could still be caught by Jamie Atkins mathematically.
Is it fair to say that both of these two are kind of relaxed going into this encounter?
Yeah, and that's what you like to see. You may see the best of both.
First leg, Martin to throw first.
So, Martin, with the darts in this
Game on.
particular contest, heading into the final third of the session.
Nels, no draft Germany Euro Tour. Go and have a look at the size of the Ahoy and have a look at the size of the venue they're playing in. Like comparing apples and oranges.
140.
Well, we'll be back tonight with Group B. What a night we saw there yesterday evening. It's Harry Ward that leads the way in those particular standings following night 1. But everybody very much in play. Even Mark Dubbridge, who won the solitary match
60.
yesterday. But everybody hit an average in excess of 90 against him. It should be a good fun night. And it was really good, actually, wasn't it, to see Kieran Tehan play well yesterday. It's been a little while.
Yes, absolutely. That was something that I certainly enjoyed seeing last night. It's been a tough time for him of late. But looks and sounded confident.
140.
And he was right to with the way he played.
Nothing better than seeing somebody back up a bit of confidence on the hockey with performances.
Yeah, and it will have come from putting in the hard yards on the practice board at home and maybe in local league and local tournament play.
Look good, feel good,
57.
play good. And if you practice good, those components come together.
Jonica 104.
It's got 6 and 104 O'Shea to take out the opening leg. Well, the way that dart's pitched up, he has to head down for the single 10 there to leave himself tops. Pins it for the 104. It's his second ton plus out of the day, and O'Shea breaks in the opener to lead 1-0.
First. Game on.
A win would confirm O'Shea's place. To be honest, legs will probably
96.
confirm O'Shea's place because Atkins is on -1 and O'Shea's now plus 16. Now the maximum that could be broken from this particular point for Atkins, he can only, in terms of legs
58.
difference, can make it on +7.
58.
Matter of fact,
85.
I'm having it that O'Shea's worst case scenario now is +8 in terms of legs difference.
43. $59. 45. 43.
O'Shea will be into tomorrow night's final here at the Live Lounge. 7:30 start on the Super Series YouTube channel.
139. $60.
So,
Car 120.
Shanghai for a 2-0 lead for O'Shea. Finds a single. Well,
100.
fine with the last dart. Leads on double 10 upon his return.
Patrick Poppington. When can we have Edgar back on the mic? He's the juice. Right, certainly better than Glenn
60.
Durrant, that's for sure.
Car 20.
Now, children. Double 5.
15.
Doesn't go.
Martin Car 136.
Not that was in any way, shape or form a compliment, by the way.
Let's play nicely,
60.
everybody.
Johnny Car 5.
Bants rewarded with bants.
Good point, well made. Don't know why I'm commenting when all you lot rip me to shreds all the
Martin
time.
Car
Exactly.
76.
You lot are horrible to me, really.
Take it up with human
36.
resources.
Johnny Car 4.
Double 2 for 2-zip.
Game shot on the second
Crashed
leg.
off the barrel and
Yeah,
in.
great second dart.
Third leg Martin to throw first. Game on. $55.
Darryl Gurney beat De Souza fairly
97.
comfortably. Well, I should say comfortably. The scoreline was 6-2.
100.
Gurney averaging 95.85 in the process.
60.
When is the influencer event? Well, that's going to be next Sunday, 3 o'clock until about 8
134.
p.m. here on the Super Series YouTube channel.
Yeah, 5 hours. Wow. You are all in for a
60.
treat. Yep, O'Shea is through to Saturday night's final. The first player through to join Harry Gregory.
81.
Worsley will, you'd say, join him very, very shortly as well. Well, this has been a game played with now both players knowing their fate. Although O'Shea finds a max there.
$91. Johnny Car 104.
Well, this is for the double break and a 3-0 lead. Not to be, and so Grierson back
54.
looking
Martin
at
Carr,
tops to bring
40.
it back to 2-1. 2 10s. Up for 5s. Oh, wow. That's cascaded all the way into
Johnny
the double
Carr,
12. And so O'Shea, a couple of darts here for 3-zip. Can he pop the 10s?
30. Martin Car 40.
Tops.
Game shot on the third
2-1.
leg. Martin Grierson.
O'Shea, though, has the darts to
Fourth leg, John
re-establish
to
that
first.
two-leg cushion in the fourth.
57.
Does anybody know when Edgar is back?
I know I'm doing Champions Week with him.
I'm actually commentating with him next week.
Lucky you.
96.
Here's the juice. Maybe I'll give you a few tips.
$92.
Talk about another 104 games of darts.
60.
We've got another 10 tonight. Join us 10 p.m. for the conclusion of Group B at the Modus Super Series.
44.
We'll bring that to you. And then the finals tomorrow evening, 7:30 p.m. on the Super Series YouTube channel. Whilst you're there,
100.
well, you can tune into plenty of other bonus content on the YouTube channel, including highlights of every session, the
95.
draw for the charity influencer event, Simon Whitlock exclusive interview, behind the scenes action, 9 dart shootouts, penalty shootouts,
100. Matthew Carr, 170.
lots of stuff basically.
Patrick, you were rumbled a long time ago, young man. We're up to 36,600 subscribers now.
98. John O'Carr,
Incredibly, only around about 70% of our viewers actually subscribe, but I'll give you a reason to subscribe.
John O'Shea.
If we can get to 37,000 by the next time I'm here, I'll play Henry on stage in a little best of 3.
Hold on. What is? Hopefully this is darts, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hold on, I haven't signed up to this.
Well, I've just signed you up for it, mate. Well, they're fascinated to see you play.
96.
They're asking me how many 180s you've hit and all that. So, we'll get you up there. Maybe we can record it late on a Wednesday afternoon or something.
Well, we'd overrun into the Thursday morning session.
No, you're going to be playing me. It'll be
84.
And how many rupees are on this?
Oh, we're not gonna bet on it.
Good. Do I get to start 101 and you 501?
I'll give you a 100 start and the throw in both legs because it's only best of 3.
180. Matthew Carr, 126.
Max Roche, his second of the match.
$86. Johnny
Well,
Carr,
this to win it
141.
in some style. Goes down to go up. The go in price. Oh no, goes treble 16. Team himself double 18.
123. Matthew Carr, 40.
Dr. Grierson's already found it in this match. Double 10. Double 5.
35.
Doesn't go.
Johnny
O'Shea's
O'Carr,
back
18.
for the win. Double 9. Double 4.
Game,
Does it!
shot, and the match.
And O'Shea
John
wins
O'Shea.
by 4 legs to 1. And we will see the Joker into tomorrow night's final here at the Super Series. He beats Barty Grierson by 4 legs to 1. The Joker in the pack is into the Saturday night fold. That's the tale of the tape from that particular game. We're taking a break and we're watching John Worsley and Lee Cox on the other side of it. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, John O'Shea got the better of Martin Grierson by 4-1. The Joker is through to tomorrow night's final. Any 4 legs in any of the remaining games for John Worsley will see him into the finals, and if he beats Lee Cox, he will seal his place into Saturday night. The one ball who has been the standout player so far this week, but has been on the wrong end of a couple of defeats today. Although in those defeats, he had averaged 90.49 and 102.12 in those particular contests. Tough score, this.
Yeah, did loads wrong, didn't he?
Game on.
Do you know what he did wrong in those games? He missed 3 darts at a double in one match and 4 darts at a double in another. Awful.
But, as suggested,
177.
does bounce back well.
All about that bounce back ability here at the Super Series.
98.
As you know all too well, Mace, here at the Modus Super Series, it's not about making the mistake, it's about responding to the mistake and reacting to the mistake.
83.
Yeah, you do have to have that element of almost ignorance, really, and accept, okay, didn't go my
96.
way, didn't play well, or couldn't do a lot about it, or missed the odd double here and there, and you move on to the next one. It's gone, isn't it? You can't change what's happened. You can only try and
85.
change what's coming towards you,
All about the Modus mentality.
mate.
60. John Ricard, 156.
156 for Worsley. Oh, beautifully sat with the first. But cannot find the second. But he is going to have time to complete this opening leg.
78.
Half the score.
Literally.
Well,
83.
you know that
John
influencer
Ricard,
event
78.
next Sunday?
Yeah.
Well, Luke Littler has been streaming on TikTok this afternoon as Worsley goes for tops.
38.
Doesn't go. We'll see what Cox does with
Ricard,
this.
164.
Treble 18. Bullseye. Beautiful.
Shot on the first leg.
Wonderful from Cox. And 164 to break. And he leads 1-0.
Highest finish of the week.
Indeed it is. Anyway, back to Littler.
58.
So he's been streaming live on his TikTok account, and apparently he's been talking about the
55.
Modus influencer events next Sunday. And he says that Pieface will win the influencer event,
100.
and in the doubles, Ash Coleman and the darts referee will win.
Brilliant.
140.
Great to see a player behind a charity event. Remember all the people involved giving up their time for
95.
a chosen charity. I do believe the money goes to the winner and they pick where it goes.
Yeah, they have all got their designated charities, and it'll go that way. Should do a charity
85.
week as well, partner up with a charity and raise funds over the course of a week here as well, I reckon. Do it in the cricket, and they do a superb job doing that in the cricket as well. They do it with the Ruth Strauss Foundation for a test match at Lords in the summer.
100.
One thing Luke has done is always kept tabs with us since he's departed us.
58.
He's gone on to bigger and better things.
148.
Well, you can see what it meant to him when he lifted back-to-back Champions Week titles.
140.
It was nice to have been a tiny part of the incredible story. It's been one of the
123.
biggest
Leo
sporting
Cartledge.
stories of the year, hasn't it? Maybe the decade.
He said 6 months ago he was playing in this venue. He was losing to Sebastian Białecki in this venue in a semi-final around about this time in October. And for a long time, that was his last competitive defeat.
Game shot on the second
Now
leg.
we are
John
1-1. Worsley breaks back.
Third leg, John to throw first. Game on. $100. $100. $137. $100. $100. $140. John Car 164.
164 for Worsley. We're going to set up to best degree. Just double checks where the second dart is laid. Averaging here, both players in excess of 95, but a good contest up to press. What can Cox do with this? 161. Is he going to follow the 164?
55.
And so Worsley 64 to move himself 2-1 in front. Another. 8 leaves tops.
44. Leo Car 106.
To go back in front and give us another break of throw.
Game shot on
Well,
the third
that
leg.
is
Lee Cox.
2 ton toppers in this match for Lee Cox. The 164 is followed by the 106.
leader through
He
first.
breaks Worsley again and he leads 2-1.
$45. $125. $180.
Max for Cox.
He's playing very well. 95.78 right now. Worsley going along over 94, as you can see on the graphic.
97. $100. $100. $85. $96. Leo Car 91.
Tops for Cox. 2 10s.
Game
And
shot
Lee
on the
leads
fourth leg.
3-1.
Lee Cox.
And for Worsley, this could
Just
be
like John
a
to throw first. Game on.
third defeat of the day out of 4 games for him. And what it would mean as well is John O'Shea would win the group if Cox was to win this game.
96.
The Live Lounge, the stunning destination for the Modus Super Series. And we've got a bumper summer full of darts for you here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. So why don't you book a summer's night here at the Live Lounge on a Saturday evening?
You're going to break into a bit of Greece.
180.
Well, Tungsten Loving had me a blast.
81.
Oh, it is a seaside destination. Somewhere for your holly bobs,
95.
potentially.
Well, maybe a weekend away.
But yeah, come and join us at the Super Series. We'll give you more details in the next leg, whether that be in this game or the game thereafter,
60.
about how you
John
can be here.
130.
130 for Worsley. Now, he's got decisions here with Cox not on a finish.
$90.
And leads himself tops after 12.
Jensen Walker, afternoon. Coventry to win at Wembley this weekend.
140. John Carl 40.
Probably not.
Adam Lipscomb in the chat.
Getting shot on the fifth leg. John Worsley.
PUP.
Play up Pompey.
Six leg leader through first. Game on.
So Worsley gets one back in 13. This is a real high quality match.
100.
As you mentioned, you can be here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth on a Saturday night. Scan that QR code that's on your screen now, and you take you to a website called
86.
dartshop.tv, where tickets are available from this Saturday all the way through to Saturday the 13th of July. Pick your week, any week, whenever you want to be here at the Super
95.
Series. £2 the admission for every single week here, and you can, well, watch some of the stars in front of your eyes.
Yeah. Champions Week finals night, 25th of
85.
May.
And we'll
Always
have...
a good night.
And of course, we'll have our specials week the week after as well.
Correct. Do we know what that is yet?
58.
Do you know what it is?
I know, but I've been sworn to secrecy.
$83. $92. $60. Lee Car
156 for the match, and Lee has got 6 on this juncture.
$85.
So only one remaining to get the job done.
I don't think any of us expected
100.
this, but
Leo
I'm not
Carr,
surprised
71.
if you get me, fam.
Double 16. 2 8s. It's a win for Lee.
shot and the match
A real
recall.
feeling of relief there as he gets over the line against John Worsley by 4 legs to 2. Now Worsley needs a couple more legs to confirm his place into the finals. Relief for Cox. A 4-2 win. 2 ton plus outs helping him en route. Good quality contest. Coming up next, Jamie Atkins against James Richardson. Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Lee Cox got the better of John Worsley by 4 legs to 2, averaging 92.39. 2 ton plus checkouts in there, including a 164. Right, the tail of the tape is this. Jamie Atkins needs to win 4-2 or better to keep any slender hopes that he has of qualifying through to finals night alive. James Richardson gets to 3 legs in this contest. It is all over bar the shouting.
Yeah, all down to
First leg, Jamie Atkins
leg difference,
to
of
throw
course.
first. Game on.
This is the final game of the 4th cycle of matches. Completion of this one, everybody with 1 to play, so only
57.
2 points available. So Atkins could get to 12 points, and if he
41.
won 4-0, 4-0, would get to +7. Worsley currently on 12 points
99.
with 1 still to play, and he's on, is that +9, Henry?
Yes.
So if he does win 4-0, 4-0, he'd have to rely on Worsley losing and losing by a margin.
$100. $77.
Well, already the early signs and the early running here for Richardson is very, very good indeed. But we've seen it already from him today where he can
95.
run very hot and cold.
Yeah, I just think that's where his game is at the moment. That can change, as we've seen
59.
very quickly.
Jamie Carr, 150.
150 for the opening leg. Another one of them. Just grazes the wire. And so
90. James
Richardson,
McCall,
144 for the opening leg break. He's yet to have a ton plus out today is James, although he has threatened 1 or
44.
2 over the course of the
Jamie
session.
Carr, 60.
8 there's been over the course of today in Group C.
2 in the last one, didn't we? From Lee Cox, 106 and a
40.
high of the week of 164.
James Carr, 100.
As a matter of fact, these are the only 2 players in the group today that haven't had a ton plus out. Tried the tops, didn't come off, and so Atkins returning for double 10 to take a 1-0 lead.
60. Jamie Carr, 20.
Realistically, though, Atkins is going to need
Game shot on the first
4-0.
leg. Jamie Atkins.
okay, 4-1 or 4-2 can mathematically keep him in, but
Second leg, James Richardson
4-0
throw
will
first.
give him a
Game on.
chance if Worsley fluffs his lines against Richardson in the last.
100.
And of course, Jamie plays first against John O'Shea.
$44. $81. $83. $26. $125. $96.
Well, Richardson had a strong start to the first leg, let it slip. You don't want to do the same here in leg 2. And Atkins here just suddenly flicked a switch as if from nowhere. 125, 133, leaves the first to finish. This is kind of following a similar tale to the previous leg.
100. Jamie Carr, 116.
So 116 for 2-zip. Treble Single 19 gives himself a dart at top. So
James
his
on the second
first
leg, Jamie
ton topper
Atkins.
of the day. He leads 2-0. He breaks James Richardson.
Third leg, Jamie Atkins to
It's a
throw
15
first.
darter for Atkins.
Game on.
And now he really is building up ahead of the gears. Average moves in excess of 90.
$131.
Well, he's justified his tag, hasn't he, today, Jamie Atkins? It has to be said. I mean, lavished the praise on him despite winning the solitary match yesterday. And it's reasons like this as to why.
Absolutely.
100.
He's a player.
40.
Well, he plays with Daddy Lauby quite a bit locally. Good friends with one another in the same management stable up in the Midlands. And I think long term,
81.
I think the sky is the limit is what I'm hearing about Jamie. I think he's going to be playing a lot more around the Challenge Tour circuit. I don't know whether he's going to be playing WDF because I know Danny qualified for Lakeside last year, whether he's going to follow down that
60.
particular route. But I know Q School will also be a plan come the beginning of 2025. For 3-0. Couldn't find the tops. Can Richardson
60.
reel in the
James
fish?
Carl, 170.
Not seen it so far this week.
We won't see it there.
130. James Carl, 40.
But he's going to have to pin this now. And that is a beautiful guide. Surely now.
No score.
my.
James Carl, 40.
Certainly didn't expect that.
Game shot on the third leg. James
Back to
Richardson.
2-1. Richardson gets the break. Last dart in hand. Just
Fourth
keeps
leg, James to
Atkins
throw
at bay.
first. Game on. $125. $43. $140.
Well, Richardson in control of this leg
99.
right now. Jamie has found himself on occasion getting
121.
reeled in and embroiled.
$99. James Ricard, 115.
115 to square this game up at 2 apiece. Not to be for Richardson this time.
$72.
Well, this has kind of been the story of the day, isn't it? Players racing into a 2-0
James
lead.
Ricard, 43.
That lead being pinned back. And we could see it again here if Richardson can pin this double 16.
Being shot on
And
the fourth
pin it he
leg,
will
James
for 14
Richardson.
darts. Remember, Atkins had 3 darts in hand at tops for a 3-0 lead.
First. Game on.
He didn't take them. And now, we're at 2-2, Mace.
Yeah.
57. $100. $36. $140. 100.
Well, Richardson now really turning this game on its head.
100.
Well, he did this against Lee Cox, didn't he? Last time out.
132. James McCarr, 161. $65.
So 96 upon his return, Richardson. What can Atkins make on the 176?
140. James McCarr, 96. Game shot on the 5th leg. James Richardson.
Richardson breaks. He leads 3-2. 96 pinned.
6th leg. James Richardson throw first. Game on.
Don't forget as well, you can get in touch with us on the YouTube chat room. Do send your comments and observations in.
60.
Of course, on there, you will be able to view all the comments.
100.
And just a reminder as well, that leg for Richardson there has meant that John Worsley has qualified for tomorrow night's final.
59.
So it's now set in stone that it's going to be Worsley and O'Shea that will join Harry Gregory into tomorrow night's finale.
Yeah, and the top 3 from the group of 5 this evening will make up our 6-player field for tomorrow night. 7:30.
100.
Live action gets underway on our Modus Super Series YouTube channel or via your chosen betting app.
140.
Well, Atkins will depart us, but he'll hope to depart us with some, to at least relish and give joy to.
140.
I think we'll see him back. I hope we
121.
see him back because he's played well enough to justify his place here. Chase the treble, and that's the price you pay.
Sure is. Suppose you can give him a little bit of a pass out with
89.
James back on 142, but it's still a risky play.
But Atkins is going to return, leaving a double after 12.
30. Jamie McCarr, 32.
So, double 16 to take us the distance. The distance we
Game shot on
go.
the 6th leg. Jimmy Atkins.
P4TO the Master.
7th
What
and
on
final
earth
leg,
are you
Jimmy
talking
Atkins to
about?
throw first. Game on.
He's averaging nearly 94. He's at a 180, 514. He's taken out a 116.
140.
I take it the most nervous thing you've ever had to worry about is not wetting your pants.
45. $43.
Well, that's the scoring power pack in the game.
Very tidy indeed. The
100.
tons of Richardson are countered with the 140s from this man. Maybe another. Or a max.
180.
Turning the screw right at the very death. His last scoring visit is the
100.
maximum.
Jamie McCarr, 138.
So you're going to finish off with 138. He's already had that ton top of that 116 we mentioned earlier on in the match. He threatened the 150 as well.
43. 81. Jamie McCarr, 95.
And he's going to have another 6 from 95 to get the job done. Double 8. Doesn't go.
79.
But he is going to come back.
Well, that That was a horrible deflection.
123.
Great recovery.
Jimmy
Little bit of
Carr,
pressure
16.
on Atkins.
Well, this is to keep up his perfect
Hey,
record
John, and
for the
that's Jamie
day.
Atkins.
It's another win for Jamie Atkins here at the Super Series. He beats James Richardson by 4 legs to 3. 4 for 4 as far as the day is concerned. He's not going to make it through to the finals, but another real good performance from him. 4-3 the scoreline in that one. We head into the final round of fixtures as Lee Cox takes on Martin Grierson. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we are 4 rounds down for the day. And we know the 2 players that are going to be playing in tomorrow night's final from this group. It's John O'Shea and John Worsley. They're going to be joining Harry Gregory in the finals tomorrow evening, which will get underway from 7:30 on the Super Series YouTube channel. So it's a final run out for Grierson and Cox as they kick off the final round of fixtures for the Friday afternoon session. So, these the bottom 2 as far as the group is concerned. A win for Grierson will temporarily move him up to 4th position, whilst Lee cannot be moved from P6 as far as the league table is concerned. It'll be a disappointment for Lee, who harboured real ambitions, having
Looks
previously
like
won
Lee
a
to
challenge
first.
tour since his last appearance here
Game on.
at the Super Series, of breaking that Saturday night record. Just hasn't been for him again here this week.
Yeah, and he had that midweek spell where he went 6 unbeaten and it looked like he was
45.
going to go on a bit of a roll, but nothing worked out for him yesterday. And he will be desperately
45.
disappointed because it's some commitment to take a week off work, especially at a time where he's renovating his family
58.
home. That adds pressure, of course, to justify being here for this amount of time.
81.
He will be desperately disappointed.
That is for sure.
85.
Well, remember tonight we'll be back for Group B action, which will feature Harry Ward, Gilbert van der Meyen, Kieran Tian, Mike Gillett and Mark Dubbridge all in action. 10 p.m. on the Super Series YouTube channel. What are you making of that Wilder versus Zhang fight, Mace? I see Eddie
81.
Hearn's doing the media rounds again.
I think Zhang stops him. I think Wilder
95.
has been exposed and was massively exposed against Joseph Parker last time out. It looked a shadow of his former self. So I'm going with Zhang by stoppage in that one.
40.
Or they may even pull Wilder out. His legs have gone. What little legs he does have.
100.
Well, Grierson
Clear
leaves
car,
himself on tops
155.
to threaten the break. So Lee needs his 155. Not to be for him on this occasion. And so Grierson returning to get the opening leg against Fro.
65. Matthew Carr, 40.
Tops is what he wants. And Tops is what he
shot on the
gets.
first leg.
And
Martin
Grierson
Grierson.
leads 1-0.
Second leg, Martin to throw first.
It's been an interesting
Game on.
week as far as Martin Grierson's concerned, because at points we've seen some really good stuff, but there's just been a couple of games that have been a little bit off it for him. He mentioned in his interview before play got underway today that certain health issues during the middle portion of
100.
last year has meant that he's had to try and basically get himself back up to speed as far as the sport's concerned.
Yeah, it can sometimes take longer than you
117.
first anticipate. Certainly
121.
had plenty of good moments to reflect on moving forward so far this week.
Right, he played in the qualifiers
135.
for this, for the ADC at the weekend, made it through to the semi-finals in his local area, so hasn't qualified for the next series, but I think that's the next target on his back to come back here at some point in 2024.
60.
Qualified by coming through those qualification routes.
$100.
And that's the thing about the Super Series in the modern day, is if you're good enough, you'll get your chance, because there's enough routes now through the ADC to
82.
book your ticket to the live
149.
lounge.
Correct.
Well, 149 isn't going to go for Lee. What can Grierson make of the 138 to
29. Matthew
make
Carr,
it 2-0?
138.
another one of them? Would have left double 12. So Lee will come back for the 120. Had a couple of ton plus outs in his
106.
previous
Lee Carr,
game against John
120.
Worsley, which he won 4-2. Took out the 164 and the 106. What can you make of the 120?
Gets the single.
Game shot
And
on the
beautifully
second leg.
pins the
Lee
tops. It's a hat-trick of ton plus outs for Lee Cox.
Yeah, 106,
Third leg
120,
leaders on
164.
Game on.
And we are at 1-1. As far as this session is concerned, as far as
140.
the ton plus column, it is 10 for the session. Still got 2.5 games to go.
So we're up to 50, 52 for the week.
That sounds about right, yeah. That is... and we've still got 2 sessions to go after this as
97.
well.
Certainly possible to breach the 60 before we get to finals night.
Possibility of having
59.
70 for the week if you're coming on this thing. And next week we'll have the long-awaited debut here at the Super
100.
Series of Beau Greaves, the 2-time Women's World Champion, the reigning World Match Play Champion.
85.
Well,
Leo Carr,
is it going to be a
164.
case of rinse and repeat for Lee? Treble 18 again. Bullseye again. And it was nearly pinned
139.
again.
Clips off the wire.
Again, averaging 92. He's probably cutting that figure of frustration in the background because he's saved his best darts for when he's now out of the equation.
100. Leo Carr, 25.
That shows you the effects of pressure.
Getting shot on the
14
third
data,
leg.
and it is 2-1 to Crafty Coxey. As I mentioned,
Fourth
Bo
leg, Marty
Greaves
to
will be in
throw first.
action
Game on.
next week. Long-awaited debut for her. What do you think her expectations are going to be heading into next week? Or do you think she's just going to take it as it comes?
I think she will be expecting to be in or around the winner's enclosure. No reason why not to. We've seen the number she's
140.
capable of producing and hitting.
Be interesting to see when the odds compilers put their
100.
odds out for next week, where Bo Greaves finds herself. I think she'll be up there amongst the favourites to win it. I think with the odds compilers, and I think there'll be a lot of expectations for a lot of people for her to be in and around the running come the end of proceedings on Saturday night next week.
55.
Well, Lee here putting his foot to the floor, averaging 98 in this match, and is threatening the Grierson break and a 3-1 lead.
55.
First to a finish, and Ryan's going to have to be careful here.
$57. Leo Carr, 126.
This will be for his 4th of the session. Double 18.
Game
Oh, it's
shot
a
on the fourth leg.
ton-topping
Lee Cox.
spree from Lee Cox. It's his 4th of the day, and he leads 3-1.
Fifth leg leader throw first. Game on.
12 data to boot. His average 97.32.
95.
53. Ton plus outs for the week so far.
60.
Ridiculous standard here at the Super Series. There's no signs of stopping. He's looking to finish on a high.
Shackles are off.
This is what we know Lee can do. And this is why we rate
134.
Lee as highly as we do.
$140.
Average just under the 103 mark. He leaves himself an 86 to complete the job.
And he's not going to be under a great deal of pressure. He's not going to be forced into going for the ball, that's for
125.
sure.
Leo Carr, 86.
Treble 14. Isn't to be, but he is going to come back and he is
46.
going to leave a double after 12, just after hitting a 12.
$140. Leo Carr, 40.
So, double top. Now double 10. Fives.
35.
Doesn't go, and
Martin
Grierson's going to
Carr,
get another
42.
opportunity to bring it back to 3-2. And when it's come to the outer ring, Grierson has been clinical. And he's going to have 2 in hand at double 18. And the first one pinches the wire. The
Game
second
shot on
one
the fifth
finds
leg.
its
Martin
way in.
Grierson.
We go back to 3-2. And Grierson has the
Sixth leg
darts
Marty to
here
throw first.
to
Game on.
take us to another last leg decider.
$60.
We've had 5 games that have gone 4-3. Out of the
140.
13 games that we've had today, 10 of them have gone 6 legs or more. Only Richardson losing to O'Shea 4-0.
100.
Atkins beating Cox 4-0. They're the only 2 4-0s in proceedings, and the other short game was O'Shea beating Grierson 4-1. We said before dart was thrown, didn't we? When we
120.
looked at the numbers and the stats, it had competitive written all over it. In matter of fact, if you took out Richardson's low average for the week, everybody was within 2 or 3 points of each other. Well, it's kind of bear
45.
fruit when you've looked at the score lines today.
I had a little question which has got me thinking. My favourite
85.
dart match of all time. I couldn't really pick one, and so it was suggested maybe my top 5 of all time. I don't think if I could do a top 5, but
100. Leo Carr,
Anderson versus
156.
Silovic in the match play final when it went all the way, well, extra time, 21-19 is one of them. Anderson against MVG in Dubai, the one outside where it was 110 and 111
94.
Degrees.
averages, but close to that in temperature. Eric Bristow against Dave Whitcomb in 1985, a semi-final. Eric averaged just shy of a ton over 7 sets.
85. Leo Carr, 62.
Gary Anderson again, the one against Rob Cross, where they were both had mind-blowing averages.
30.
MVG
Martin Uricar,
Barney in the
111.
Worlds, was it?
The
Or-
last
no.
16 or the semi-final?
Yeah.
They had a couple, didn't they, in a couple
Yeah.
of years, epics. Yeah, last 16 was the one that Barney won in 16, and then MVG went
75.
wild in 17, didn't he, in the
Leo
semi?
Carr, 32.
Yeah, they were both staggering games. There's just too many, isn't there? You think of one, and then you think of another, and then you think of another. So it's, yeah, sadly
Game,
not a question I
shot,
can
on
answer.
the
But
Leacock.
Lee Cox has the answer in this particular game, winning 4-2 with a near 95 average, 2 ton plus outs, 2 180s. There he was, showing us what he's capable of and why he was here this week. But it's not quite worked out on this occasion for Lee Cox, but he bows out with a very, very good performance indeed. When we come back, it's John O'Shea up against Jamie Atkins.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where it is our penultimate game of the afternoon session here in Group C, where John O'Shea and Jamie Atkins go toe-to-toe. Now, O'Shea is through, Atkins is out, and, well, this game yesterday was a bit of a crackerjack, wasn't it? Because John O'Shea won by 4 legs to 2, averaging 109.05. Atkins losing out despite averaging just a shade under 97. It was his debut game here of the Live Lounge, and well, it was quite a chastening experience for him, it's fair to say. Well, let's just hope, Mace, that this fixture is anything like their meeting yesterday.
Yeah, it was a wonderful performance from O'Shea.
As for Atkins, he could be very happy with the way that he's acquitted himself here at the Super Series.
First
But
leg,
is
John,
unable
is
to make
reversed.
his way
Game
through on debut.
Well, if he wins 4-0, he'll miss out by 1 leg for a place in
135.
tomorrow night's final.
Horrid, isn't it? But that is the Super Series format for you.
180.
I think they're carrying on from where they left off.
Yeah, this is leg number 7.
96.
I think he would have certainly learnt a lot about himself in the last couple of days, but I think you mentioned it yesterday. I'd like to see him here for a week.
58.
I just think he'll give him time to grow into the experience. I know not everybody can have a week, because if we give everybody a week, then we're just never going to finish a phase, but
60.
Put it this way, he's more than justified a place back here at the Super Series.
we've definitely seen
57.
worse players, haven't we, Mace?
$60.
I know it'd be disappointment for his base back home. There was a potential for a real big army to make their way down from the Midlands to the Live Lounge tomorrow night. He was going to be bringing about a dozen or so with him.
Who is?
Well, Atkins was. That was the plan.
Yeah.
60. Jim Lucar, 68.
Well, John Worsley will be bringing the Womblets down tomorrow evening.
Long way for them to come.
36. John Lucar, 90.
Should be treble 20. Double 15. Beautiful.
Getting shot on the first leg, John O'Shea.
So, O'Shea leads by a leg to 0. 17 data
Second leg, Jamie
to
to
take
third
out
first.
the
Game
opener.
on.
O'Shea, who qualified for Champions League but didn't win his week in Series 6,
58.
lost out to Scott Taylor in the final, who would then subsequently go on and win the next week, and the jackpot and the 20 grand. O'Shea
99.
did make it through to the Champions Night, lost out in the semis. So he's had a couple of close tilts towards the title here in Portsmouth, but yet to
140.
get over the line. That was a 140 there for Jamie. Last start went into the single 20, following the first 2 darts going
100.
into the treble 20.
He lost a flight, not a dart.
79.
Two treble 20, treble 18 worked,
38.
or would have worked. Just given Atkins a little bit of breathing space here with a good turn. Should come down with success.
122.
Beautiful.
He's 102 to square up at 1 apiece.
58. Junior car 102.
Ball or treble 14. Has been going ball on 82. And that was exactly what he
62.
did there. Leaves himself on tops upon his return.
$80. Junior car 40.
4 level game. Double 10. 1 left.
Game
One
shot on the second
found,
leg.
1-1.
Jimmy Atkins. Third leg, John to throw first. Game on. $100.
Don't forget, when we're done, we'll have a short break before we resume at 10 p.m. for Group B's
43.
conclusion. And don't forget, next week we'll feature Bo Grease in action on Thursday night. We'll also have Kevin Painter and Scott Mitchell and Sebastian Białecki in the Group A.
140.
Yeah, we already know 3 names for tomorrow night's final. Harry Gregory, John O'Shea and John Worsley.
60.
Should be an intriguing night here at the Super Series.
Well, yeah, because we've still got to find 3
60.
from Group B this evening, which at the moment, Harry Ward in prime position on 6 points, Kieran
59.
Tian on 4, Gilbert van der Meyden on 4, Mike Gillett on 4 and Dubby on 2. All can still make finals night as it stands.
45.
So O'Shea leads himself on 156 after 12 to put himself 2-1 to the good. Put himself halfway towards the victory post.
47. John O'Carr, 156. $60.
And it just feels like for Atkins, it's a case of the engine may well be running close to empty and he's just trying to pour out whatever's left in terms of the reserves.
60. John O'Carr,
For
96.
O'Shea, it will be a case of a good night's kip following 5 days competition and then going again for tomorrow night's final as he
Being shown the
pins
third
the
leg,
96.
O'Shea.
For as good as his ton plus hitting's been today, so is his combinations
Fourth
like
leg,
that.
Jamie, the third
96s,
first.
86s, 92s. The pops have been working for the Irishman.
85. $60. $134.
Battling away.
$140. $100. $95.
Well, Atkins are a slender leader at the darts in this leg. But the slip there, followed by no jump with the
55.
last, has opened up the door for O'Shea, potentially to open up a 3-1 advantage. And open the door he will.
174.
Outstanding.
127.
Well, we've seen this a few times.
87.
O'Shea, double 16 for a 3-1 advantage. Double 8, and that looks awkward.
Looks horrible.
But he
Game
finds a
shot with
way. I
four
don't
player,
know
John
how,
O'Shea.
but he does. 3-1 O'Shea, and he throws the match.
One of the darts of the week.
Fifth leg, John to throw first. Game on.
And we've seen plenty of them.
Seen plenty of them today, that's for sure.
59.
Paul Hinks is earning his coin up there.
Yep, me and Mace will have our siesta before returning tonight.
41.
David Brabus. Man Atkins can't hit a double. He's only had 4 attempts in the match, mate.
85.
No matter how much you cry about it, you put the bet on. Take responsibility.
Save your
58.
tears for another day.
$99. $100. $100.
So O'Shea, 158 to see the job
43.
through, and he's going to have time to
Johnny
do it.
O'Carr,
Atkins has had a
158.
fantastic couple of days, but he's just ran out of steam in this last match, and so O'Shea is hoping it's full steam ahead.
58. $59. Johnny O'Carr, 100.
For the match. Tops. Beautifully
Big
done
jump
by
on the match,
O'Shea
Fellowship.
to win in style. He gets the better of Jamie Atkins by 4 legs to 1. O'Shea will top the pile. He'll head through to tomorrow night's final. For Jamie Atkins, been a good debut for him here at the Super Series. Ran out a little bit of steam in that last match, but there's a lot from what he provided this week, which he can be very, very happy about. We hope to see him again. We're going to see O'Shea again in the final tomorrow. We've got one more game to show you. Richards and Worsley. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where John Worsley and James Richardson are about to do battle. Paul Hinkson getting himself ready for the last game there. It's been some day, hasn't it? Right, final game of the session. Worsley versus Richardson. Worsley's going to be through. Richardson's departing. Kind of a similar tale to the last match. This before the evening session tonight from 10 p.m.
First
on
leg,
the
James,
Super
you throw
Series
first.
YouTube channel.
Game on.
Yeah, don't forget, the European Tour resumes at 6 and finishes before 10, and you'll be able to join us on our Modus Super
97.
Series YouTube channel. Stick it on your TV, put your feet up, and enjoy what looks to be a thrilling conclusion
99.
to that particular group.
Should be good fun.
140.
Tom O'Donnell, is Martin Grierson playing today? You're on the internet, Tom. There's a clue for you there how you can
47.
find out. Or if you're watching on YouTube, there is the ability to scroll all the way back. All the way to 1 o'clock.
36.
We can watch it all over again. Or you can tune into our highlights.
My favourite one is, what time does it start? And I know we live in
99.
this world of, well, non-readers, but literally on the Super Series page, 15 matches, all live from 1 p.m. It's written right there. It's why we were given 2 eyes and 1 mouth.
Richardson 113 to take out the opening
100.
leg.
James Ricard 113.
Somewhere against the grain, you could say.
We can only leave a double from here. And the 156 is a big ask. He's bust.
No score.
That's incredible. It's a miscalculation. He can't quite believe it.
John Ricard 156.
Scored a 121. Well, even if he'd been looking the other side, he'd have still left 35.
The irony is he's taken his glasses off to have a better look at the screen. Well, you left it, James.
47. James Ricard 113. $73. John Ricard 109.
He's left tops.
Tops.
Oof, only just in the single 9.
89. James
But
Ricard
cannot
40.
find the tops, so Richardson will return for that target. Double 10. 1-0
In control of
Richardson.
the first leg, James Richardson. Second leg, John to through first. Game on. $78.
Little Salt asked, Chris, did you ever play Richie Davis? I did, yep. Played him,
81.
pretty sure, in the Carmarthen Open many years ago.
Best one is, who is Mace?
41.
Yes. Good question. Like this one, David. Look before you speak instead of look before
60.
you leap. Love that.
Mark. Chris,
59.
will James Wade ever win a world title?
No.
$60.
I'm not saying he still hasn't plenty to give the game, but I think that may have passed him by at this stage.
59.
The pool of sharks is getting deeper.
$77.
Well, this game is being played with the air of dead rubber, really, isn't it?
Pack up gambling, Carl.
140.
You'll be happier.
$53. John Carl, 124.
124 to level up. Can he? Has a look at Richardson's score.
By the way, on a
99.
side note, I'd love to see
James
Wadey
Carl,
win the Worlds.
170.
I think it would be a wonderful story after everything he's endured
60.
in his career.
John Carl, 25.
As I've already said, the only player without a world title that features in my top 10 of all time.
That's a little bit awkward. You can
13.
see there with the way the last
James
dart is
Carl,
pitched just
110.
outside, or just inside, shall I say. 110 for Richardson for 2-0. He's going to have a dart at tops.
90. John
Dips
Carl,
below.
12.
For a level game, 1-1. Double free.
Game shot for the
Pinned.
second leg.
And we
John
have a level
Murphy.
game, 1-1.
Third leg, James to throw first. Game on. $140. $100. $140. $95. $43.
Well, Worsley should have started down on the 19s on 306. 140 would leave him on a bogey.
43.
So Richardson has got 6 on here to open up a 2-1 lead.
Breathing space. Should stay there.
128.
And it works for him.
$46.
Talking of
James
world
Carl,
titles, do you
50.
think MVG will get to that magic number 5
Game shot
to
on the third leg. James Richardson.
match Barney and Eric?
Definitely
Fourth
gets a
leg, John, the
fourth.
third first.
Definitely gets
Game
a
on.
fourth.
Definitely.
Definitely. However, there's so many sharks in the tank, as you mentioned, that I suppose guarantees of XYZ are so hard to predict.
140.
We don't know what heights Luke Littler gets to. We don't know what heights Luke Humphreys gets to. And who's to say, you know, someone like an Aspinall can't rip through a
When
field.
was the last time he won a Worlds? 19?
2019 beat Michael Smith in the final. And at that point, people would have said easily he'd get to 5.
David asks,
125.
what's happened to Mark McGeaney? He's just starting to play a bit of decent stuff again at the moment. And
60.
he also asks, are we going to see Macy Ace in the Super Series again? Yeah, at some point.
$83. $140. John Carl, 153.
2-2.
$59.
Cubics YT, this game is a joke. No, betting on a dead rubber is a joke.
85. John Carl, 94.
We'll have a match and for 2-2. Tops for 14 data. Double 10. Doesn't
74.
go. And so Richardson
James
returns to
Carl,
121 and a 3-1 lead.
121.
Treble 17.
79, John Lucar 20.
So Worsley to square this game up. Shuffles across. But he can't find
No
a way
score.
through. And so
James
Richardson's
Lucar,
back for 42 to move 3-1 in front. And he'd then have the darts for the match in the next. Double 16. Double 8. Doesn't
34.
go. And so Worsley will
Johnny
return
Barr,
for the
20.
double 10 target again. One from 11 on the doubles. Make that 2 from
Game shot on the
13.
fourth leg, John Worsley.
And we have a best of 3.
Fifth leg, James to throw first. Game on.
Here we go. Mark.
60.
MVG's best years are behind him. He's realising what it was like when he came around for Phil.
$45.
Ross thinks Gary Anderson for the Worlds. Well, if he can string together some of the
100.
performances he's had this year and combine that over the course of a World Championships, he'd have every chance.
I've got to the point now where it's just not even
60.
worth talking about Anderson for the Worlds because you just know he's going to do something there.
Yeah, I think he's destined to do something this year.
123.
When you say big one, match play Worlds big or a major of some description?
Yeah, I think so.
57. $38. $42.
Well, Carl, try GamStop, begambleaware.org.
117.
Interesting stat, Henry.
100.
John Worsley,
James
who
Lucar,
went through the
63.
card, it was one leg away today from potentially losing all 5.
Game
And could
shot
have
on the
potentially
fifth
put
leg,
himself in the
James
Scott
Richardson.
Walters scenario. Know what happened there, don't we?
Six leg John to throw first.
You had a couple of
Game
close
on.
shaves, didn't you, after a good first day in a Group C? You played?
Yeah, did I go through the
I think you
card?
went through the card,
yeah,
day
I went,
one.
Yeah, I went through the card and then just needed one more to. And I think my opening 2 games, that's all I was
140.
thinking about, and then had a little word with myself, and then got it done.
And a very nice curry. Well, no, it wasn't a nice curry we had
140.
after. It was disgusting, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, well, whoever gave us that recommendation actually never turned up for that meal. And
Yeah,
I've
shame on them.
I won't publicly
40.
name or shame, but it just wasn't tailored to our taste.
41. $99. $60.
Well, we are teetering potentially towards the finishing line in our final game of the day here in Group C. We'll be back tonight from 10 p.m. for the culmination of Group B.
66. $140.
And that
Johnny
140
Garwood,
helps
156.
Richardson upon his way. Worsley, 156 to send us to a decider. Not to be on this occasion. So what can Richardson do with this? 120 to
45.
win the match.
James Lucar, 120. 44. John O'Carr 111.
Aye, aye, aye.
Aye, 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 aye.
Aye, 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 aye. No, 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 no,
91.
no.
James
And that could be that.
76.
Treble 20, double 8. Should at least get one dart at tops for it.
Should being the operative word. And so Worsley back for double 10
36.
to
John
take us
O'Carr,
all the
20.
way. Double 10. And we have a
James
last
John
leg
the sixth
decider.
John Worsley.
We go the distance in the final game of Group C.
7th and final leg. James to throw first. Game on. $100. $58. $125. $138. $66.
66 down to 210. So Worsley has to be a little careful here.
$100.
Can someone ban Carl off the
100.
chat for spamming? Thank you.
$85.
Oh, this
James
could be
O'Carr,
this.
110.
110 for Richardson to seal the match and win the last game of the day.
$86. John O'Carr,
I'll leave himself on
120.
double 12. Can Worsley win it with the Shanghai? Couldn't find the trouble with the second dart.
Yeah, it was awkward.
80.
Leaves tops just in
James O'Carr,
case.
24.
And Richardson double 12 to win it. Double 6 for the points and the victory.
12. John O'Carr, 40.
And now Worsley has a chance to pick up a second win of the day. And a win is a win is a win for Worsley. He won't be happy with the way he's played today. However, he has got over the line. He is into tomorrow night's final. The one ball keeps up his perfect record of 6 from 6 as far as that is concerned. Richardson departs us at this particular juncture. And so Worsley will join John O'Shea in tomorrow night's final with the analysis to come next. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. As you can see, John O'Shea has joined me following a fantastic Group C campaign. John, many congratulations. You said midway through the week that you'd make it through to Saturday night no matter what, and into Saturday night you are. Many congratulations.
Yeah, thanks very much. Yeah, I really appreciate that. But yeah, I did say it, regardless of how Group A went, whether it was B or C, I still was confident I'd make Saturday night, and I did.
How important was reset mentality for you?
First day I felt I played okay. I think the second day I got hit with 5 defeats. That set me back, you know. Went back, regrouped. Even though I lost the 5, I thought I was still playing relatively okay, you know. So I just, look, it was probably out of my hands on the third day, and just had to take my medicine, you know.
What was your most pleasing facet about your play, particularly in Group C?
I'll be honest, I came into this week, I had changed a few things because I felt like that I was going around in circles, and I changed my throw slightly, and the only pleasing thing is that I never switched back. Through thick or thin, I held it together, and there were times there I felt I was going back into my old throw, but I stuck with it, and look, it paid dividends in the end.
It most certainly is. It keeps your record of making it through to the finals alive, and your finishing at points, particularly today, were key.
Yeah, it wasn't always my strongest point. I feel that my scoring was my big point, you know, and there were times throughout this whole week, not just Group C, but there were times that I felt like that I could have run away with games if I was hitting that 60. There were times when I went up to the board thinking that must be a ton or a 140 because they were really, really close. And I was like, oh, 60. I said, you know, just keep going. We just keep going. They'll go in eventually.
It's paid dividends for yourself into tomorrow night. Now, we have seen you on a few sides, seen you on a Saturday night make it as a runner-up, on a Champions night make it through the group stages on that particular occasion. How would you like it for it to be third time the charm on that stage?
Yeah, well, look, every time you step up on there, look, it's a great opportunity to step on that stage, Henry, as you know. Like, I mean, there's a lot of good dart players come down here, and everybody says the same thing, like, you know. But the thing is, like, if I can step up on that stage tomorrow and produce the goods, it'll be up there with some of the biggest wins of my career. You know, and yeah, look, bring on tomorrow night. I said I'd make it, and I have. Now, tomorrow's a new day.
Mercedes, we'll have another chat with you in just a second, John. We're just going to round up everything that we've seen by having a look at the group breakdown and the tournament bracket as we enter the second half of the week, because we know now half of the field are going to progress through to tomorrow night's final. Harry Gregory confirmed his place in Group A on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. John O'Shea and John Worsley through Group C. And then Group B tonight, any one of 5 from that Group B could make their way through to the finals tomorrow evening to join the 3 we know that are already in. Now, you mentioned a few seconds ago, John, that this would be as big a night as anything in your career if you were to go on and win tomorrow evening. How would this be comparable to some of your other achievements, for example, the World Masters?
Yeah, well, you see, the thing for me was I was going to pack it in, and I genuinely was. Myself and Laura had made a decision in 2019 that this was it. This was the last hurrah. We took the kids to England. I was ranked so far down the ranking list, I was probably holding it all up. But I had qualified through winning the Irish Masters. And when I won the World Masters, I was like, what do we do now? And Laura says to me, she says, well, we limp on. We limp on and we go again. And then I won a tour car, you know. But look, where does it start? I love the game. Where does it start? I have no idea. I genuinely have. But for me to win again, because I think when I was in the PDC for 2 years, it took away, because the quality was just huge, and it took away winning. And I was so comfortable winning in Ireland. I was so comfortable, and it was nice to win. So to get into any winner circle right now, to lift this tomorrow night, it's up there with an Irish Masters win and a World Masters win. It would be certainly up there with, you know what I mean. I put my heart and soul into this game, you know. I do like it. So yeah, you asked me that question, what would that mean to me tomorrow night to win it? ask me when I do it.
Well, we wish you all the very best in that pursuit tomorrow. John, thank you for coming up and speaking to us. And we're going to be back tonight to see who the final 3 through to the finals are going to be at the Modus Super Series. But as far as this afternoon is concerned, it's the Joker who tops the pack.